Guns and nuns, really. Damn. No. Let's play. Let's play something else.
Narrative. It feels like the developers were trying to bring everything back together. All of these different elements from all of these different games. From this perspective, Victor Gideon and Xeno can be seen as two different cautionary tales of the dangers of living in the past, of refusing to move on. Gideon is obsessed with legacy, with carrying on his master's supposed will even decades after his death, but just ends up screwing everything up and hurting a lot of people in the process. While Xeno is a failed attempt to bring the past back to life, to resurrect a popular villain from the franchise's history, but now far weaker and less impressive than before. He is almost a kind of metatextual criticism of long-running media franchises that rely too heavily on nostalgia and constantly bringing old characters back instead of moving on to something new. Of course, Resident Evil is somewhat guilty of the same thing. After all, they did bring Leon back again, and how many remakes have there been so far? However, the franchise as a whole has only survived this long, 3 decades, because it has been willing to change and evolve. Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 7 were both dramatic transformations that injected much needed new blood into the series. I may be reading too much into this, but I feel like Xeno's character is a statement by the developers that, no, we are not going back. We are going to keep moving forward and trying new things. Finally, while I was looking into the name Xeno, I did find another connection that probably was not intended by the writers, but which is fun to discuss. Okay, so once upon a time there was this guy called Zeno of Elea, an ancient Greek philosopher who is most famous for a series of arguments known as Zeno's paradoxes, including the paradox of the arrow. To put a complex idea as simply and briefly as possible, imagine an arrow in flight. It looks like it is in motion, moving straight from the bow to the target. But if you were able to stop time at any single frozen moment in time, you would see that the arrow in flight is actually perfectly still, occupying just one fixed point in space, not moving left or right, forward or backward. And since time is just a collection of these single moments, and the arrow is technically motionless in every single one of them, meaning it only ever occupies a single space at a time, Zeno asks, when exactly is it ever actually moving? The argument here is that motion itself must be an illusion. And I'm probably screwing this up, and you can find much longer and better explanations of this paradox elsewhere if you are curious, but for the purposes of this video, it does not really matter. I know this is a stretch and we are being silly, but let's have a little fun and make a connection to Zeno of Requiem. This is a guy who is fundamentally stuck in place. He is strutting about, talking a big game, making grand plans, but he never actually moves forward. He is trapped by the past, and not even his own past, but someone else's, Wesker's. He is the paradox of the arrow given human form. He may look like he is going places, but in reality, he is just standing still. And that is the end of my analysis of Zeno. Next time, I'm going to do another shorter video on Requiem. I would like to take a closer look at the zombies of this game. Now, the undead fodder of the previous games have been almost entirely mindless, just walking corpses, the person they once were totally erased by the infection. But the zombies of the Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center are different. They retain much of their previous personality, even some of the things that make them human, which I think adds a whole new layer of horror to the story. So, see you next time.
Damn boogers. Boogers.
What is going on, guys, and welcome back to another video. Now, today's video is going to be a bit different, but it is something that I've wanted to do for a little while, and it is essentially just a discussion about the current, I don't really even want to say state, but just where a lot of players are sort of finding themselves at right now. Now, I know a lot of people off the rip might be like, oh my god, here we go again. The content creators sharing their opinion, and they might immediately turn their nose up at it. But what you have to understand is, I am a player first and foremost. I've played video games my entire life. I've played extraction shooters a lot. I have hundreds of hours in Escape from Tarkov. I have hundreds of hours in Arena Breakout Infinite. I've played Delta Force. I've played Arc Raiders. I've played Marathon. I know and understand the genre. So, you know, if you're going to be one of those people that just turns their nose up and says, oh, it's just, this streamers are ruining games, streamers this, streamers that, just turn the video off now. There's no room for, like, an actual discussion with people like that, so just feel free to just leave the video. It's fine. No hard feelings. However, the thing with Arc Raiders, when I first started playing this game, to me, it was immediately, and I mean that quite sincerely, it was immediately apparent, hey dude, that Arc Raiders, it wasn't very deep. The loot pool is incredibly shallow. There's not many different items in the game. That includes crafting, that includes meds, guns, ammo types, attachments, all of the above. In terms of this genre, there's not many. What that ultimately does is that leaves you with not much to find and discover and experiment with. It makes the sandbox of an extraction shooter rather shallow. Now, with Arc Raiders, luckily the world of Arc Raiders has been interesting enough to carry the game through that. There's been a bunch of friendly experiences with players, everyone discovering how to fight the Arc together, everyone conquering their first matriarch, their first queen, exploring the maps for the first time together, etc., etc. And for a while, that alone kept the game entertaining. Now, the difficulty is, with time, we've all experienced fighting and killing the queen and matriarch. We've done the harvester. We've been around the maps. We know the most efficient ways to defeat all the enemies. We've done it all 100 times over. And I feel like for a lot of people, we're just running out of stuff to do. It's becoming increasingly difficult to have interesting and engaging experiences with strangers because everyone knows what they need to do in a raid now. You don't have to help people very often. They're still out there for sure, but you don't need to help people anywhere near as often. If someone wants to do a quest, I don't know why they'd be doing quests, but if they want to do a quest, they probably know where to go. They know where to find what they need. If they're fighting an enemy, they probably have the equipment or know how to destroy it with what they have. It's just got to a point where even in the PvE lobbies, everything is at its bare minimum. PvE lobbies now, for the most part, are spawning in wherever you spawn, you might have seen this in yesterday's video, wherever you spawn will be the area that you loot, and whoever spawns in the other areas, that will be their area to loot, and the whole map will be clean within about 5 minutes. Meaning if you venture out of the location you spawned in, there's going to be nothing for you to find, there's going to be no good loot for you to discover. It's all going to be gone very, very quickly. And that is kind of all PvE lobbies are now. Not really people running around and making friends and having fun stories. Everyone spawns in with their own predetermined thing they're going to do, and they just go and do it because they know how to do it. They don't need a player like myself or someone watching this video to go and help them. They know how to do what they wanted to do. Where is this other battery, by the way? So it's just, even that aspect of the game has unfortunately ran its course. Now, I need to preface this, and, well, this isn't prefacing, this is post-facing, I suppose. However, it's important to understand that with what I'm saying, I understand there are exceptions. There will be times you spawn in and the whole lobby makes friends and have a super cool experience. There will be times you meet a new player and are able to show them the ropes. Those things will happen. The problem is they're becoming rarer and rarer and rarer to a point where it's, for me, maybe once a week.
I cannot do that.
Maybe less. It's something that almost never happens anymore. And that was, for me, that was my entire enjoyment of the game. This last battery, I'm sure is a myth, by the way. I don't think it's actually spawned in. And it's just, it's a bit of a shame to see. Now, a game like this, a live service game, relies on updates to keep player retention active, to keep everyone engaged, to keep us coming back for months on end and hopefully years on end. And this is where Arc Raiders, more than anything, has really, really fallen short of the mark. The updates don't really have in them real substance. Truthfully, they don't. Let's be like a map condition with the wind. That was cool for the first run or two, and then after that it's like, okay, well now I can just load into a map with wind on it if I want, or I can play a map without wind if I choose. And it's just kind of these things become stale very quick. Adding 2 new archetypes became stale very quick. The amusement and joy of those new things fades very quickly, because what we have is this pool of content that we've already explored inside and out. We already know it like the back of our hand. So when something new comes in, if that something new isn't something substantial, if it doesn't have a lot of substance, we will experience the new thing once or twice and it'll just be added to the pool of content. And ultimately now we find ourselves at a point where we've done it all, we've seen it all, and now, from what I can tell, come Monday after this video comes out and we get a new update, we're going to have shredders on other maps and another new map condition that is just going to be fun for a run or two again. And it just feels like it's such a shame to see.
I cannot.
I understand Embark didn't have the biggest team of devs going into it, and now what we're seeing is the unfortunate repercussions of that. They've created something truly spectacular, and the 400 hours I have in Arc Raiders have been 400 hours of the most entertaining, engaging gameplay I've had. And now we're just sort of like, okay, well, once we've done all that, there's not much left to do. And maybe I am to blame to a degree for having played the game so intensely for so long, and I've kind of ran it dry myself. And I'll happily hold my hands up and take the accountability and say, had I mixed other games in, I'd probably for me, Arc Raiders would probably have a bit of a longer lifespan. But at the same time, the drop-off in players is real. It is happening. People are playing less. People are turning off. People are going to other stuff. And it's a natural part of video games for that to happen. The trouble is, for a game that has a 10-year content plan, 6 months in, and players like myself who are so deeply invested, players like a lot of people who come by my stream chats who aren't streamers, whose opinions may be more valid to some of you, who are just dads working full shifts and coming home and playing for 2 hours, they're not playing either. So it isn't just me. And it's just at this kind of awkward spot where it's like we're waiting for something more to do, and I feel like the way to make Arc Raiders the most entertaining right now is to maybe not play it and revisit in 6, 8, 12 months after a bunch of new content has dropped and there's a real amount of things to do that are new, and that's when it'll be entertaining again, after a break and coming back and experiencing a bunch of new stuff. But again, even with that, I do still have my reservations. Purely because, as an extraction shooter, Arc Raiders is the most lacking in endgame content out of any that I have played. That includes Escape from Tarkov. That includes ABI. And yes, that includes Marathon as well. As much as people like to hate Marathon, it's a really good game with a lot to do in it. And a lot of people don't like to hear that, but it's the truth. But with Arc Raiders, it's missing an absolute fundamental to the genre, and that is endgame. When you've finished your workbenches, when you've finished your expedition, which realistically, even for someone who isn't playing a lot, if you know your way around the map and you've done it before, you can finish that. If you really wanted to, you can finish it easily in a week. Once you've done that, there's nothing past that to do. And adding new maps, new map conditions, a new arc roaming around the map isn't going to fix that. Endgame is progression. It is meaningful, long, difficult quests. It's perhaps some form of ranked mode, or some big difficult group mission, or something like that to aim for that takes a genuinely long time, that you have to have the best gear in the game to complete. The trouble is, with Arc Raiders, there isn't much gear. The end game I don't even want to call it end game, but the high tier weapons are so easily obtainable, you can get them so quickly, that everyone would have access to the highest level of gear so fast that any attempt at any big endgame event is watered down. And it feels like for Arc Raiders to truly have that longevity, for it to truly have the things that make an extraction shooter last the test of time, core systems of the game would need to be built again from the ground up. Leveling should be more rewarding. Progression should be far deeper. It shouldn't just be a skill tree. It should perhaps be character attributes that you level up through, like with Escape from Tarkov. The more you sprint at full speed, the better your endurance. The more you can sprint at full speed, the more you are over encumbered, the stronger your character becomes, the more they can carry. Things like that. But right now, the way Arc Raiders is built, that can't exist in the game. It would have to be built from the ground up. And the concern is that with the way the game is structured, it can't possibly be built in a way that it could last for the 10-year content structure they had in mind. It would have to be entirely entirely revamped. My concern is that Arc Raiders as we know it right now might never truly hit that mark. And what it will take is a deeper iteration of the game for it to really become something that can last a very, very long time. And I know people will roll their eyes at this, but what I'm saying is, I don't think Arc Raiders can truly last for years until they have a chance to rebuild it again, and that may be Arc Raiders 2. Call it Arc Raided. Something like that. I don't know. But I truly worry that right now, the game just does not have the substance. And not only does it not have it, it cannot have it. And it's, in a way, it's been a bit of a trade-off. Because the simplicity of Arc Raiders has allowed so many people to step into the genre for the first time. People who've never touched extraction shooters before have had their first experience with Arc Raiders. Because with the difficulty and the intricacy of the genre, people are a large, wide audience are less likely to play it. Again, look at Marathon. Incredibly intricate, incredibly difficult. A lot of people aren't even giving it a chance. Yeah, man, I'm just looting some shit. And so they have this incredibly accessible game that for the first few months is incredibly entertaining. The trade-off is longevity is sacrificed, depth is sacrificed, substance is sacrificed, and once the novelty wears off, you kind of find yourself wandering around a relatively empty world. I find myself every day struggling more to find something to do, to have people to interact with. I would PvP, but the trouble with PvP is that if you PvP, people who don't PvP think you're a genuinely horrible person for it and will villainize you and make you sound like a piece of shit for shooting people in a PvP game, which is just bizarre to me, but that is the truth of what Arc Raiders has bred, whether it intentional or not. That is the reality of the situation. And so we find ourselves kind of loading in, wandering around, opening boxes, occasionally shooting a pop here and a wasp there, and hoping that it can be entertaining. The struggle for people like myself especially is trying to make content out of this. How often can you make videos where you run around and open boxes? Not too many times before it gets boring. It's a shame because, I mean, look at it. It's glorious. It's one of the most beautiful games I've ever played. It just lacks depth. With that, I truly don't know how much longer I can keep loaded up and keep making videos. They'll probably get rarer. I'll play other games as I've already started to do. I'll mix other stuff in. I'll definitely be playing Marathon because that game has the things I've said Arc Raiders is missing. It has depth, it has endgame content, it has a reason to play long term. That everyone hates it because it's hard and the art style's a little different, but I'll be playing it anyway. I'll be playing other stuff. I'll be mixing variety. Arc Raiders will still be here in the meantime, but right now I'm just running a little dry. Hey, dude. So with that being said, guys, thank you so much for watching. Make sure you leave a like, drop a comment down below. How are you feeling right now about what I've said? Subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.
Cairo, 1936. The black-robed swordsman flourishes his blade. Indiana Jones draws his revolver. One shot, fight over. Everyone remembers the joke. Almost no one knows the gun. Prop researchers at Indie Gear and the Internet Movie Firearms database have documented something most viewers never realized. The revolver that fired in that scene wasn't the American .45 that appears in studio close-ups. It was a British Smith & Wesson .455 hand ejector, a military weapon chambered for a cartridge the British adopted because smaller rounds had failed to stop determined attackers in colonial conflicts. 8 years later, The Last Crusade put another revolver in Harrison Ford's hands. Small Arms Review identified it by serial number 15211, a genuine Webley WG Army model. A Victorian officer's sidearm designed over a century earlier for men who expected close-range violence. These weren't props dressed up to look good. These were the weapons Imperial armies and an American expeditionary forces actually trusted in fights. Real Indiana Jones These revolvers didn't emerge from Hollywood prop closets by accident. They came from battlefields, from Imperial outposts, from the kind of close-range violence that demanded weapons built to end fights fast. The Smith & Wesson M1917 was born from American desperation. When the United States entered World War I in 1917, Colt couldn't produce enough M1911 pistols to own the true shipping out of France. The Army needed sidearms. More Smith & Wesson answered by adapting a second model, a 44 hand ejector, a proven large frame revolver. The chamber the same 45 ACP cartridge the M1911 used. For the first time, a revolver could share ammunition with a standard service pistol. That mattered in the trenches. The Webley WG Army model came from a different world entirely. Henry Webley and John Carter filed British patent number 4070 in March of 1885, creating a top-break revolver that would define British officer sidearms for decades. The WG was never general issue military equipment. It was a private purchase weapon, bought with an officer's own money when he expected to actually use it. Both revolvers shared a common ancestor, colonial violence. The British adopted the massive .455 caliber specifically because smaller rounds had failed to stop determined attackers in frontier conflicts. The M1917's 45 ACP traced its lineage to the same problem. American forces in the Philippines had discovered that 38 caliber revolvers couldn't reliably stop charging their war. The solution in both cases was the same: bigger bullets, heavier bullets, bullets that would end a fight with one shot. Lieutenant Roderick McLeod of the Royal Dublin Fusiliers carried a Webley WG 1896 through the Boer War. That specific revolver documented and preserved to this day in the National Army. By the 1930s, these weren't antiques. They were proven, available, kind of things If you're learning something new about the movies, hit that like button and subscribe. The real details are just getting started. The Smith & Wesson M1917 that appeared in Raiders of the Lost Ark was a shortened version of the original military sidearm. The standard M1917 had a 5.5-inch barrel. The Piper's Raiders, the prop was cut to approximately 4 inches. More compact, easier to draw from under a leather jacket. 45, ACP, 6 rounds, double action and single action both. Standard military version weighed about 2 pounds 4 ounces and measured 10.79 inches. So, the 45 ACP was developed because the Army needed a manslaughter. The M1917 delivered it. Between October 1917 and January 1919, Smith & Wesson produced approximately 163,635 of these revolvers. The government paid $14.75 each at first, later $15.60. Mass production before an emergency. Built here, used hard, and discarded if necessary. The innovation that made it work was a stamped metal crescent with 3 rimless 45 ACP rounds. Traditional revolvers needed rimmed cartridges. The half-moon clips let the M1917 fire the same ammunition as the M1911 pistol, and they made extraction fast. Pop the cylinder, dump the clips, reload. The low-slung, quick-draw holster you've seen in every weapon, invented in the 1920s for silent film. The real M1917 was carried in military flat holsters. The M1909 and M4 pure, practical, not flashy. The American revolver wasn't the only thing. Across the Atlantic, British prop houses had something older. The Webley WG Army model was a gentleman's fighting tool. 455 caliber, 6 rounds, top break action with automatic extraction. 6-inch barrel on the standard pattern. 2.8 overall production estimates based on serial numbers ranging from 13 suggest roughly 1,000 historical breech loading small arms association describes the WG as highly dependable and exceptionally smooth and double action. Top brake system is the key. Unlatch the frame, pivot downward. The automatic extractor throws all 6 spent cases clear in one motion. No fumbling with an ejector rod. No loading gate. Open, dump, reload, close, and faster delivery. Silence became one of the most iconic beats in adventure film history. The joke about practicality, the gun that fired that shot almost certainly wasn't the American 45 that appears in close-ups elsewhere in the film. Prop researchers at Indiegear and the Internet Movie Firearms Database documented something most viewers never realized. Raiders of the Lost Ark used multiple revolvers from different prop suppliers for different shooting locations. The Stembridge gun rentals in 1970 but the firing scenes, including filmed with British Captain Company supplied Smith and Wesson Mark II for that purpose. Same general gun, different gun, different caliber. Revolver that killed the soldier was the British military weapon dangerous to a massive a round designed to stop men at arm's length in colonial conflicts and Stembridge M 1917 can be identified in specific frames by its distinctive sight blade and grip damage. That's evidence-based prop identification, not fan guesswork. Different guns left different fingerprints on film. 8 years later, another revolver appeared in another iconic scene. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade and the biplane dogfight sequence. Indy fires a revolver from the cockpit while his father tries to shake off a German fighter. Small Arms Review identified that specific weapon. The Webley WG Army model, frame serial 15211. That's not a prop number. So that's a real Victorian-era officer's sidearm. The gun Harrison Ford waved around in that cockpit was designed by Henry Webley and John Carter over a century earlier for men who expected to kill at arm's length. Movie armories are used for security weapons because they look bright and function correctly when playing fire. Props were the real thing. Screen cover shows what those cartridges were designed to do. 455 Webley threw a bullet weighing 262 to 265 grains. Slower than the 45 ACP, 600 to 700 feet per second, but broad and heavy. The British adopted that caliber specifically because smaller rounds had failed in combat. These weren't These were the weapons Imperial armies trusted in fights. You've made it this far, you clearly care about the details behind the movies. Drop a like. Keep digging into stories like this. The real Indiana Jones revolver was never a single gun. It was a cluster of heavy service revolvers, all Raiders clone Stembridge 45 Ace, 1917 type, handled U.S. steel. Adapted 455 hand ejector Mark II, handled UK and Tunisia. Different locations, different armories, different guns, but all of them large caliber military revolvers built for close range violence. Cartridges close 45 ACP plus 230.
Too heavy.
Broad projectile optimized for close quarter attack. Both were designed around the same logic. Heavy bullets that would stop the fight. Either one would have felt serious in recoil compared to smaller European service pistols of the 1930s. These weren't gentlemen's accessories, and they were designed for the same purpose British officers carried them to the Boer War and American doughboys carried them to France. The originals still exist, though not the film props themselves. The Smithsonian holds period examples of both 1917. These aren't still-used pieces, but they preserve what they were. The National Army Museum Webley WM 1896, associated with Lieutenant Roderick MacLeod of the Royal Dublin Fusiliers. That's verified provenance. The real officers signed from the World War. At least one production used Raiders revolver is recorded in private hands. Last Crusade, Webley, serial 15211 Coxsackie was identified by Small Arms Review. Its current location isn't publicly documented. The serial number means researchers can potentially trace the specific gun to a history. The M1917 legacy continued after the war. Smith & Wesson's 45 ACP revolvers evolved into the Model 22 and later the Model 625 Bird, competition gun still prized by shooters today. The Webley top-rate action remained distinctive. Nothing else looked or worked quite like it. Raiders of the Lost Ark came out in 1989. The Last Crusade followed in 1989, both directed by Steven Spielberg, both starring Harrison Ford, both featuring revolvers that were more historically significant than most viewers ever realized. The myth that persists is simple. Indy carried just some old revolver. Generic, interchangeable, prop. The reality is these were World War I trench revolvers and Victorian officers' sidearms, chambered with cartridges specifically designed to stop men in close combat. The prop department's released a serious note. The serious ones look right. The weight is different. Especially 2.5 pound service revolver built to survive trench mud and colonial dust has gravity that's and the Indiana Jones revolvers weren't dangerous because Hollywood dressed
There is a moment in Kill Bill Volume 2 that most people misread entirely. Bill sits across from the woman he ordered to be murdered, a woman who, by all accounts, should be dead, and he tells her a story. He tells her about a man with a white beard so long it sweeps the floor, a man so consumed by his own code of honor that he once massacred an entire temple of Shaolin monks simply because one of them failed to bow in his presence. And Bill tells this story not as a warning. He tells it as an introduction. He is about to send the woman he loves to train under this man. Most people watch Pai Mei and see a cruel, cartoonish figure, a sadistic old master who exists to be difficult, to be the obstacle between Beatrix Kiddo and the skills she needs to survive. And if that is where your analysis stops, it is an understandable place to stop. But if you pay close attention to every scene he appears in, every word spoken about him, every deliberate choice he makes, a far more disturbing picture emerges. Pai Mei is not simply a sadist. He is something much more unsettling than that. He is a man with a perfectly constructed internal logic, and once you understand that logic, you will never watch Kill Bill the same way again. Today, we are going to break down exactly what drives Pai Mei, his methods, his mythology, his impossible choices, and most chillingly, his legacy. I want to take you through every scene Pai Mei inhabits, because each one reveals a layer that casual viewing simply does not reach. By the end of this video, you will understand why the most disturbing thing about Pai Mei is not his cruelty. It is his clarity. Let us begin. The first time we see Pai Mei in action, he barely acknowledges Beatrix. He looks her up and down with open contempt, dismissing her as a stupid white girl before she has had the chance to prove anything at all. And if you were watching this for the first time, your instinct might be to write this off as simple arrogance. Here is an old man, set in his ways, uncomfortable with outsiders, particularly with a Western woman being delivered to him by a student he clearly has a complicated history with. That is the easy read. But here is what you actually need to understand about that moment. Pai Mei is not reacting to Beatrix. He is testing her. The entire framework of his teaching operates on a principle that modern psychology has a great deal to say about: the selective application of sustained stress as a filter for genuine capability. In military training programs, in elite athletic environments, in some of the most demanding professional disciplines in the world, the earliest stages are deliberately designed not to teach, but to eliminate. The goal is not to assess who can absorb information fastest. The goal is to discover who breaks, who leaves, who, when stripped of encouragement and validation, when denied the basic social courtesies that allow human beings to feel safe and seen, simply stops. Pai Mei's contempt on that first day cannot be personal. He does not know Beatrix yet. What it is a wall. And the question he is silently asking is this: are you going to walk into this wall, or are you going to find a way through it? Because most people, psychologically speaking, cannot function in an environment of sustained, unprovoked hostility. We are deeply social creatures. We need feedback loops. We need some signal that our effort is being registered, some recognition that we are moving in the right direction. Pai Mei provides none of this. He mocks her footwork. He ridicules the force behind her strikes. He tells her, without hesitation and without apology, that she is nothing. And every single day, she comes back. Watch those training sequences carefully. Notice that Pai Mei never explains what he is looking for. He never offers a roadmap. He sets an impossible standard and waits. Because what Pai Mei understands, what he has perhaps understood for his entire life, is that the skill of a warrior is not the most important thing. The will of a warrior is, and you cannot teach will. You can only create the conditions under which it either reveals itself or it does not.
Too heavy.
The training does not build Beatrix Kiddo into something new. It reveals what she already is, and what it reveals is extraordinary. That is the payout of his method. The cruelty is the curriculum. Before we go deeper into Beatrix's training, we need to spend real time with the story Bill tells about Pai Mei. Because this story is not mere backstory. It is a key to every choice this character makes for the rest of the film. Bill tells us that one day, Pai Mei was walking down a road when a Shaolin monk, walking on the opposite side, failed to bow in his presence, and Pai Mei, in response to this single act of disrespect, massacred all of the Shaolin monks in the temple. Now, the instinctive reaction to this is horror, and that is the correct surface reaction. But sit with it longer, because the psychology operating beneath this story is profoundly revealing. Pai Mei does not exist in a world of relative morality. He does not weigh one action against another, does not factor in context, does not pause to consider whether the monk's failure was intentional or simply careless. In Pai Mei's world, there is a code, and the code is absolute. Respect is not a feeling or an attitude. It is a physical act, a deliberate, embodied acknowledgement of the hierarchy that structures his entire understanding of how the world is ordered. When that monk failed to bow, he did not commit a social faux pas in Pai Mei's framework. He struck first. And the response, in Pai Mei's world, is automatic. This is what psychologists and moral philosophers sometimes describe as a deontological framework, a system in which actions are judged not by their consequences, but by whether they conform to a fixed set of rules. Pai Mei does not ask what harm the monk intended. He asks only whether the rule was followed. It was not. The consequence flows from that fact alone, with no need for further deliberation. And here is what makes this truly disturbing. It is not the violence that unsettles upon reflection. It is the internal consistency. Pai Mei is not a hypocrite. He applies this code to everyone without exception, and that includes himself. When L.A. Driver calls him a miserable old fool, he does not escalate verbally or issue a warning. He responds immediately and permanently. He gouges out her eye. When Beatrix fails to meet his standard, there is no softening of his response based on how hard she tried. The standard never moves. The code never bends. And in a deeply perverse way, that consistency is what makes Pai Mei, of all the characters in Kill Bill, the most trustworthy. You always know exactly where you stand with him. You always know what the rules are. And that clarity, as brutal and pitiless as it is something that almost every other character in this film conspicuously lacks. If you are finding this analysis useful, do me a favor and subscribe right now. I go this deep into the psychology of Tarantino's most complex characters every single time.
It sounds like a AI friend. Cantae lumina, cantae sun. Cantae la, eclatai toi lumi, eclatai la illumi, che assumine navighe assombrare, ma la nora va la terra, nora va la terra, che Mala nora, mala terra, mala nora, mala terra. Sa. Ota. Sa sola la hiena. La che cala morirà. Navighe a sombrare ma allora va la terra, va allora va la terra, iroi da che, asa iroi da che, iroi da che, asa iroi da che.
Stand down or die.
grace you with the Emperor's gift as thanks. A true death. I will the immortal Emperor recognize me on the other side, I wonder? If now, I recommend you stand back. Tearing the phylactery from my body may prove volatile.
Hey, the star, take my beyond, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dum, say-ah, say-ah, dim-dim-da-da-da-dim-dim-da-da-da-dim. Da-dee-dum, Oh, Claro, Scuro, Glue, Blue, to Claro, Scuro, Guadalajara, to Glad obscure, but they do want to love it. I fell. Glad obscure, but they don't want to love it. I saw them. Glad obscure, but they don't want to love it. I fell. Glad obscure, but they don't want to love it. I saw them. Oh, claroscuro, through blue. To claroscuro, Guadalajara, to oh, claroscuro, Guadalajara, to the very I saw them. I don't want to arrive and clouds could not help but to feel that I saw them.
Farewell.
Ba-da-dum, da-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum, da-dum, ba-da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da-dum. She was a fire. Por l'amor, por la vida de un colar. Por l'amor, por la vida de un colar. Via timir continue de pendre. Continue de pendre. Oh, bien. Chacun son visage dans chaque si la pulsation tout mon amour est d'attente.
Follow your feet.
Dans chaque lame. Si la pulsation accorde
stained in glass.
De m'aimer, t'aimerai toujours. La seule façon quitter c'est toi. Répondrai toujours. Et tout rendre. Oh, je ferai aller. Continuo répondre la vie. Oh, le colère. L'amour pour la vie. Pongavi.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
The squids have a new sub-faction.
Thanks.
Twitch streamer Musa USA, who runs a hot dog stand in Baltimore, was robbed live on stream. Okay, here we go. Let's watch this. Let's get it.
He slaughtered everything. So go California. In Hollywood hoodsman into hoods. In Hollywood hoodsman. Of California hoods. Immortal warrior with armor made of wolf. The power of the wolf. It's understands. The rest of this age, the greatest monster who ever walked the land. Truthsman, ready from the same storm, and legend to us all. A king. That's all straight into the battlefield. He is the king of California. What's Woodsman and the king. From the sun, song, legend to a song. From the sunscreen and to the battlefield, he's still king of California. Oops.
I cannot do that.
There was some power, legend of feel like you. Do I go? Open the guided beyond where I belong, and I have gone. Never had a vision of this before. Is it a dream I ever did know what's going on? To know eternal snow.
A beast from the rift. No, a fellow hunter. Take the lack of fangs aimed at my throat as a sign that you're not the beast that made this rift. The bounty of the hunt.
Tell me to bring
I am called Scarven Bloodhorn, though I'm usually addressed by the cry of my... What if I told you of a predator that tears rifts in reality to sate its hunger? I've come to... It's only a matter of time before these wilds become a wasteland. Your era will be next. The cave ahead is where I've tracked a Rift Beast to her nest. By crafting with parts from the Rift Beast, we will be able to improve our odds on future hunts. Come, traveler. The Rift Terror protect us. Good trading with you.
It's better for you, mankind, not to... Scarven Bloodhorn. To the wrong. Kind of love. Come on, your mind. Oh, humped a long way through ages to bring me the 7 parts of the seal. To the tower, show the seal. A first god, father. What about the prophecy? What about your revolt, the altered illumination? The gnosis and the power to defend the kingdom with us. Oh god. What about let's see. I realize it's going up on
By sparing a specific egg, you mean to influence how the Rift Beast adapts? Yes. The Rift Beast will still be dangerous if we know what parts will be adopted. We must be careful, Trevor. Every time we further their bloodline, then not enough of gloom and caution. Come, let's enjoy the spoils of our hunt. Interesting.
We have just begun.
Until next time.
It's kind of interesting. I don't know.
I've put over 200 hours into the Forever Winter. I've lived through the construction foam grind, the mech farming economy, and every major task this game has had. And right now, something about this game feels unsettled. The Forever Winter was pitched as grimdark survival horror. Employee-owned, no outside shareholders, pure creative direction. Oppressive mechs, industrial decay, scarcity emerging from the world itself. That was the identity. Now, it's 2026. There's documented VC involvement beginning mid-2024. A formal early-stage investment in early 2025. A surge in character-driven cosmetic drops, an economy overhaul that reshaped progression systems players had spent hundreds of hours grinding, stacked travel layers, artificial scarcity through cooldowns and timers, volatile player retention, community fracture, and major content creators quietly stepping away. So, what happened? And I'm asking this as somebody who's put over 200 hours into this game, like a lot of you probably have. Around October 2025, we got this quote. Our only shareholders are the men and women working on the game. That's a clear statement, but publicly visible investor involvement begins August 2024. By February 2025, there's documentation of an early-stage VC
I cannot
deal.
do that.
The studio appears in Galaxy Interactive's portfolio. That timeline doesn't cleanly align with the only internal shareholders narrative. That's not speculation, that's chronological tension. Now, investors existing doesn't automatically mean creative corruption. But when outside capital enters a project, expectations enter with it. Growth expectations, revenue expectations, return expectations. Even if they're subtle, even if they are never said out loud, that changes incentive structure. Originally, the Forever Winter marketed oppressive environments, industrial horror, mechs as environmental gods. The world was the star. Then, we see Kevlar Cake, then Octo Girl. These are character-forward, body-centric, highly marketable designs. Now don't get me wrong, this isn't about morality. It's about tonal shift. The visual center of gravity moved from world oppression to character presentation. At the same time, cosmetic drops became clear engagement beats. When updates hit, player count spikes. When cosmetics drop, engagement spikes. Then it tapers. That's a live service cadence pattern, and that pattern intensifies after investor involvement enters the timeline. Not proof of causation, but absolutely directional correlation. The Steam charts doesn't necessarily show collapse. It shows instability. All-time peak near 9,600, now hovering in the hundreds most days. Spikes around updates, drop-offs afterward. If you've been here since day one, you felt that rhythm. Big patch, buzz, engagement, then quiet. That volatility changes how a studio reacts, and that's where things start shifting more aggressively. Construction needed 175. It spawned maybe 2 or 3 per hour. It was infamous. If you were here during that era, you know exactly what I'm talking about. People were losing their minds over foam routes, grinding for hours, optimizing spawns, farming mechs, the same mechs that were originally pitched as unkillable threats, because they became the only real way to make serious money. A lot of us poured dozens of hours into that system, upgrading the bar, maxing quarters, dumping tens of millions of credits. And then, foam becomes obsolete. Legacy barely drops. That's not tuning, that's rewriting history. And if you were part of that grind, it doesn't feel neutral. It feels destabilizing. Ammo jumps to 20 to 50,000 credits for 50 rounds. Guns, 70,000 plus. Grenade launchers, near 300,000. Repairs stretching into real-time days. Crafting timers extended. Vendors throttled. The explanation is battlefield shortages, which sounds immersive, but when vendors are supposedly tied to major factions and supply lines, and every vendor sells every ammo type at a uniform inflated pricing, it doesn't feel like environmental scarcity anymore. It feels mechanical. Scarcity from the world feels oppressive. Scarcity from cooldown timers feels restrictive. And when you stack that on top of everything else, it stops feeling intentional. It starts feeling reactive. Now, to be fair, the most recent patch adjusts some of this. Ammo availability increased, repair times reduced, crafting shortened, costs slightly lowered. That's good. That shows responsiveness. But it also reinforces something important. The system swings hard, then partially correct. That's not a steady direction. That's reactive adjustment. And reactive balancing isn't inherently bad, but when it becomes a pattern, it signals uncertainty. Fast travel didn't always work the way it does now. Earlier versions of early access, before the tunnels existed, getting to later regions was actually pretty simple. You deployed using water. The farther out the region was, the more water it cost. That was the system. Then, the tunnels update arrived. Now regions were physically connected through a tunnel network. You had to explore those tunnels, discover the region, and once it was unlocked, you could fast travel there using water and fast travel drones, which themselves required a fairly large credit investment and or materials farmed from the tunnels. That already changed the loop. Explore the tunnels, unlock the region, invest in the drone system, spend water to travel. But the system didn't stop evolving there. Now we have the garage layer, the Bunko APC travel system, which only unlocks after a chain quest, so now you can alternate travel costs through the APC, which we then saw a blanket increase in water costs to fast travel. There was now reduced water availability in the world, respawn points got removed, and individually, none of these systems are inherently bad, but they stack. And stacking systems isn't the same thing as refining a core gameplay loop. And then there's the feel of the game itself. The game isn't hard. It's hard to play. And there's a difference. Real difficulty comes from oppressive tension, calculated risk, from losing because you made a mistake. But being hard to play means AI behaving inconsistently. Squads roaming without readable logic. Mechs hovering unnaturally close to players. Pot shots landing without clear aggro triggers. Stun lock animations chaining into death spirals. One stun becomes 3, and 3 becomes guaranteed death. That's friction. And friction layered on top of artificial scarcity and stacked systems doesn't feel brutal. It feels unstable. The community in Discord is fragmented. Debates over art direction were nearly constant, especially after the Kevlar cake skin dropped around December. Some players lean into the cosmetic culture, others feel like the original grimdark tone has been diluted. Even the way the community engages with the game has shifted. You see more character-focused fan art, more emphasis on specific designs, and more attention on individual characters, which is a noticeable contrast from how the game originally presented itself. And you can see that tension show up in the people who were closest to the game. Rouleau helped to bring a lot of early attention and hype to the Forever Winter, but Kilpo 1 was different. He spent a lot of time digging into the game's systems and lore, streaming it consistently, breaking things down, talking through what worked, what didn't, and where the game could improve. He approached it from a player's perspective, not just showcasing the game, but trying to understand it. And over time, that tone shifted. He's mentioned on stream that communication with the developers slowed down, and that his feedback may have been seen as too critical. Eventually, he stopped playing altogether. Around the same time, many players were hitting that wall during the foam grind era. And that's not about one creator leaving. It's about what that represents. When someone that invested, someone trying to engage with the game at that level, steps away, it usually means something deeper isn't landing. It's struggling because its direction feels pulled in multiple directions at once. Grimdark survival horror, character-driven cosmetic cadence, artificial scarcity economy, system layering and gating, reactive balance swings, mechanical friction layered on top. Individually, none of these are fatal. Collectively, they don't feel cohesive. They feel reactive. The game doesn't look dead, it looks uncertain. And uncertainty fractures communities faster than difficulty ever could. Because if the game doesn't clearly know what it wants to be, the player base will argue about it for you. Difficulty builds loyalty. Directional confusion erodes it.
Alright, let's watch this. What's going on?
For the past 2 weeks, pretty much every screen that I own has been taken over by one person. The man, the myth, the Giga Chad himself, Leon S. Kennedy. In case you missed it, somehow Resident Evil Requiem recently came out and it is pretty great. Capcom absolutely cooked. They sold 5 million copies in 5 days and they've confirmed that DLC is on the way. I'm about
Gooning works. Attractive men are allowed to be in video games.
to finish my 5th playthrough. Yes, my 5th, using almost exclusively the RPG as Leon because I just unlocked unlimited ammo for it. And even though I have a ton of thoughts about the game itself, this video isn't really about Arena. Though I have a G as Leon because I just unlocked unlimited ammo for it. And even though I have a ton of thoughts about the game itself, this video isn't really about RE9. It is about the massive double standard of some of the people celebrating Leon the hardest right now. The thirst artists, the journalists who need to be hosed down like overheated zoo animals.
I'm telling you, it's so hypocritical when people say things like, oh, it's disgusting that like these gacha games have objectify women, but then Love and Deep Space exists where you literally have a man like undressing and basically porking your female character. Like, it's fine, guys. It's called equality. It's not that big of a deal. Let people goon out if they want to.
The same people who have spent the last decade lecturing everybody else about this exact thing, just in reverse. Once again, rules for thee, but rules for thee. Now, before we get into the details, I do need you to understand the scale of what has actually been happening. We are talking countless fan edits with millions of
him like thrusting into the door, and then, oh my god, I actually saw a woman reacting to this. I think she was a streamer. Yeah, she was like, oh my god, I'm about to blow!
Use Leon fan cams, the art,
shit.
so much art, cosplays, gym motivation posts, men saying Leon has inspired them to get in shape, which is really cool actually. Shirtless Leon.
Women need to take notes. There's a big movement of women that are like, no, gross. We don't want women to have big boobies and thin waists. How about you motivate yourself?
On mods, Leon mustache mods, all well and all good. But then the professionals started to jump in, and I might have started getting a little better. Kotaku published a piece called Leon Scott Kennedy, I'm on prep.
What's prep? P-R-E-P. It's what? P-R-E-P. Highly effective daily pill or bi-monthly injection for HIV-negative individuals at risk of HIV. Why? Kenneth Shepard?
Cannot do that.
What is that supposed to mean? Wait, what? Why is that the title of the article? Explain that to me.
I'm still not sure how that one was not only approved, but actually published, where the writer describes deliberately keeping Leon on low health just to hear his own grunt and how his own pants are, at one point, gone. This is a professional journalist, mind you.
Lady. She had to read that for the integrity of the video. I'm sorry, I think she needs to be compensated or something. That sounds so fucking insane. Having to read that on a fucking article.
And then even Nintendo, the company that treats a single exposed polygon like it's a federal crime, posted on X that Leon is absolutely jacked with a blush face emoji. Capcom posted a thirst edit of him set to Usher's Hey Daddy, Daddy's Home on the official account with the check mark and everything. I've pretty much seen it all at this point.
It's okay to sexualize men because men are bad. Women, they need to be protected, guys. Hot women don't exist. We have to bubble wrap. Remember Stellar Blade and all the crazy ass, insane ass journalists saying that, oh, Stellar Blade has cooler mods. No, we can't have that.
I think brands posting, journalists posting, everyone posting the highest levels of sexiness for Leon. Even his own voice actor had some things to say, but I will touch on that in just a bit.
That's fine.
Now,
That's fine, but let guys do everything. Let them do now.
to be clear, this is nothing against Leon at all, or against the celebration of attractive characters. You guys know, I am all for attractive characters, and I love Leon. I think he is a legitimately great character, and it is so refreshing to see such a strong male lead finally get celebrated again. And with the way Capcom was moving up to this game's launch, all of this was to be expected. I also expected cosplayers would have a heyday when I came across this Easter egg of Rebecca Chambers stashed away in the library by Albert Wesker, which somebody responded on a parody Wesker account with a formal statement that genuinely made me laugh out loud. But I can honestly say I was not expecting Victor Gideon. Yes, I had to put my phone down after that and went and stood in my yard.
Fat Wesker is me,
But
bro.
while I was outside getting some air, I got to thinking, imagine if a a female character got this treatment at this scale.
No.
Imagine Kotaku published Jill Valentine. I'll wear a condom. Imagine PlayStation posted a thirst edit of Lara Croft.
No. It would be even worse. It's like, I need to go to the store to get some condoms because Jill Valentine is super hot. I'm sorry, that prophylactic, whatever the fuck, prep that the person was on, writing it, that's sick. That's so weird. I can't, like, okay, maybe a down bad Twitter post, I think I could understand, because people post dumb shit on Twitter all the time, but a fucking journalist? You don't hate them enough, you really don't.
Set to Justin Timberlake's Sexy Back, or Nintendo highlighting Bayonetta's curves with a wink face emoji. You know, I actually can't imagine it, because you and I both know exactly what would happen. We know because we have watched it happen for at least a decade. There was this wave of critics and activists who looked at the gaming audience and industry that was largely built by
Lunar Game of the Year! 41% smut! Mods! You can't have mods if you're Lunar Game! Guys! Gamers are gooners! It's okay! It's okay for me to goon, but it's not okay for men to goon! Men are gross! Shut up.
and basically said, the characters you like are a problem. The women you find attractive? That's immature, regressive, and a moral failing. And this, unfortunately, was not just one person yelling into the void. This was all over everywhere. Full coverage, speaking invitations, developer consultations, and it got so loud that not only did studios start listening, they started hiring these people, and it has become the norm.
And now they're firing them, and they're going back to McDonald's, as God intended.
I cannot do that.
Thank fuck for that, by the way.
For example, is how we see something like the devs of 1348 X-Photo so casually respond to this tweet about their characters, saying, why would you expect women to necessarily be attractive?
Stand down.
I genuinely don't know what to say.
Hey review. Welcome to my channel.
Morning.
What do you
Please,
mean by
it is. It is for me.
Yeah, make all women ugly in your eyes? Like, what gender was that person that wrote that? What gender? Oh, it was X-Voto? I thought that was just a random account. Oh, that makes so much sense. I did not see who wrote that. Okay, yeah, your game's cooked. That's fine.
Do you expect women to necessarily be attractive?
Why not?
Happy launch day.
Happy
by the
launch day. Welcome home.
way. So for the better part of a decade, we have watched a very loud, coordinated, industry-level push to change female characters in games. They were too revealing, they pushed unrealistic beauty standards, were harmful to the culture. Developer guides started telling studios what female characters should and shouldn't look like. Official company statements were issued. Whole victory poses got pulled because someone wrote a forum post. Looking at you, 2016 Tracer.
I will never forgive Blizzard because you want to know what they did? They nerfed Tracer's ass, but then they introduced Juno and a couple of other sexy characters recently.
Cannot do that.
What was the point of that? Oh, that's right. You're virtue signaling. Oh, no way. That's crazy. Who would have thought?
Looking at you, 2016 Tracer. Characters
and then they introduced characters with nice asses again because the game was dying. I'm surprised.
Had looked a certain way for decades got softened in their remakes, and the press either applauded or scolded you for noticing. Outfits got covered up, proportions got adjusted. If a new female character showed up looking a little bit too good, she was not celebrated, she was villainized, and a controversy was a problem to be solved. These people treated every female character like she was going through airport security. Ma'am, that's a little bit too much cleavage. I'm gonna need you to step aside. Meanwhile, we have seen celebrations of characters like Geralt, Arthur Morgan, Asterion, and most recently, Leon. Thirst traps, shirtless mods, people calling for nudity mods, which is not needed for Asterion. But nobody wrote a developer guide about that. Nobody called it harmful or was concerned about what it said about the industry.
I also fan service character because she has like cleavage in her design, and people went absolutely fucking insane. Come on. Okay, whatever. Can you open? Okay, I guess Reddit doesn't work today. Anyway, my point is, she has her cleavage showing, right? And people are like, oh, that disgusting person who read and like wrote this manga and drew it is disgusting. Guess what? The mangaka's a woman. Like, a woman made the character. Like, and you're gonna give them shit, and then they have to backpedal and be like, oh my god, it's a pygmy. Yeah, it's a pygmy. She made a character that's hot. Yup.
It's almost like the rules only ever apply to one set of characters.
Different paint.
Super weird. What's even funnier is after years of this, a study actually came out like 2 years ago that said female gamers preferred playing as the hotter female characters anyway.
Yes!
Not the toned down ones. And now those same outlets, those same voices, sometimes the same human beings, who spent years telling developers and gamers what women should and shouldn't look like in games, and in some cases are still writing those pieces, are now sharing pants removal journalism about Leon S. Kennedy. They are telling developers that attractive female characters are harmful to the culture with one hand and gooning to Leon S. Kennedy with the other. I've seen people make jokes about naked Leon mods and it is all ha jokes and celebration.
This happened with the Resident Evil 4 remake too, where they literally had him in nothing but his underwear and just running around. It's cyclical, honestly. Yeah, Bondage Kennedy. Yeah, I know. It was like a banned mod. I think they had to eventually completely remove it.
Yes, please give us more. But somebody makes a body mod for Grace that changes her proportions and suddenly it's disgusting. It's incredibly disrespectful because how dare you, chuds? My goon is called
Feminist. We're gonna record this game. Feminist with goon.
Your goon is jail time.
Really
and if you needed more proof of this double standard in real time, look no further than the upcoming Lara Croft series. In a recent interview, Sophie Turner made it very clear that her Lara Croft, the same beloved character who does unnecessary acrobatics and fights dinosaurs with pistols, is actually super serious this time, guys. And it's not about her looks at all. Because
that's retarded. Her entire shtick is that she's a hot, attractive young woman. Like, what? That's part of the reason why people even played the game. Do you know how many countless boys probably doomed to the 5 polygons of Tomb Raider? The game was good itself, right? But like to top it off, it was an attractive character on the box. Yeah, the triangle titties.
As we all know, of course, serious women can't be hot. Smart girls can't be attractive. Like, this is the Lara Croft we are talking about. Someone who is actually intentionally designed to be a bombshell, and the actress playing her felt she needed to share a preemptive disclaimer about her character's appearance before nary a single episode has aired. It's like the mainstream reflex to downplay female characters' beauty has just been ingrained so deep at this point that it is basically automatic now, even for one of gaming's most iconic female characters. Meanwhile, Leon's voice actor is out here in interviews calling Leon a sex icon and laughing about it, completely at ease, reading the thirst tweets.
I feel like men are just more comfortable, like on average, with like people objectifying them. And that's part of the problem too. This kind of almost always feeds into like, oh, if you're getting groped by a woman, you should like it too. I know this is kind of like off topic, but semi-related. Men, when they get harassed, they take it more in stride, and it sucks because even though it's a bad thing to like harass someone, people like society expects men to just take it, as opposed to women. Obviously, it's like, oh man, you got harassed. That's really bad. You should report it to the police. We're happy for any compliment. Well, I'm kind of going into the deeper end of that. It's like, I think Asmund talked about this once, where he got groped and like nothing happened because he's like, man, that made me really uncomfortable, but I'm not gonna say anything. That type of shit. I think with men, it's also like less acceptable to talk about it if it makes you uncomfortable. Yeah, double standards. Yeah, it sucks.
One
She's been
journalist
groped, like,
followed
4
up with the
times. That's
concern.
awful.
Again,
I've never
just
been
think about
groped.
if this were reversed.
Thank
What would be
God.
the response if Jennifer English talked about how Shadowheart was suddenly a sex icon and cheered on all the male gooning? I love you,
Yes.
Jennifer, by the way. But Sophie Turner makes sure to give a disclaimer that nobody asked for or even wanted, while Nick Apostolides calls his character a sex icon and gets celebrated for embracing it. Just like Leon, Lara Croft has built a 30-year legacy on being smart, dangerous, and intentionally beautiful all at the same time. She does not owe anyone a disclaimer for that, and neither do...
Damn, the only time they covered up her tummy was in this one and in this one. Well, this one is kind of a full body suit. Yeah, all the other ones are her tummy. Wait, this one too. Wait. 1, 2, wait, oh, these are, never mind. Okay, never mind. I was like, did they actually not keep her that consistent? Dude, the polygons on the Tomb Raider look like tummies to me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fuck! Son of a bitch!
So many of our other beautiful female characters. Neither did
I
Ada
fell
Wong,
for it.
neither did Jill Valentine, neither did Bayonetta, who, by the way, was designed by a woman and beloved by many women who were...
I've seen on Twitter that people call her a gay icon. Yeah, there's like gay men that enjoy her.
At one point told they were too damaged to know what was actually good for them. But the disclaimers and criticisms only ever travel in one direction, and we all know why. Now, this actually brings me to the other half of RE9, Grace. Now, I want to be super clear, okay? I genuinely love Grace. I think Angela's performance is incredible, the writing is beautiful, and she's probably one of my favorite additions to the RE universe. But even with all of that, as someone who tries to carefully pick my battles, I've still got to call out Capcom's elephant in the room with this one. Grace is a pretty feminine character. She is so layered and engaging, and I honestly enjoyed every second of her being on my screen. And if she existed in a vacuum, I probably would leave this one alone. But she doesn't exist in a vacuum. She exists in the same game as Leon that got every possible detail obsessed over. And she exists in a franchise with Jill, Claire, Ada, and even Mommy Domitrescu. And when you put her next to all of that, it is just painfully obvious how Capcom failed her. Not because she is a bad character, not because of her story or how she complements Leon perfectly, but because as the player, I can see so easily exactly how much more she could have been. Her default character design is... it's just plain bad. It is safe, it's bland, and I made the joke several times when playing as her in third person that it's almost like I was staring at a blank piece of paper. She has no shape, no color, it's basically just a gray box. Her design makes me think...
She makes me think of an NPC. I can see where this criticism is coming from too, from a design perspective. Yeah. I can see it. I think her face is fine, her hair's cute and whatever, but like the actual design, I can see how she looks like an NPC and she kind of doesn't really stand out from the rest of the game. Because like if you think about it, Jill has her blue, like iconic, you know, like top and stuff with Claire. She's always got like something red on her. Yeah.
That someone was already worrying about how the real horror of Requiem is actually the male gaze articles, or that it was done by a committee that was scared of how the other committee would approve it. You know, you might have goofed when the cosplay community is kind of all independently making the same adjustments to the standard costume. Crop tops, tank tops, skinny jeans, adding layers, colors, and on and on and on.
Yeah,
Cosplayers will actually always be the final judge.
And again, this isn't sexualized at all. Like, she's completely covered except for her neck, but let me get this fucking shirt. Like, that looks good too. Like, oh, my thick Ethan. Okay, then put skinny jeans on her. She looks way better. The jacket looks way better too.
Cosplayers will actually always be
cosplayers making a better
In my current playthrough, I
design is
actually
crazy,
added a crop top mod to Grace, and I have to say, it has made it even more fun to play. Now, I've got more to say about Grace, but I think I'm gonna save that for a future video, talking about all of our wonderful female characters. I think we're on part like 4 now, or 5? Who knows? But Leon's design shows you what Capcom looks like when they are not afraid. Grace's shows you what happens when they are. or at least when they choose not to try whatsoever. And I think that's why their response to Leon has been this big. Not just thirst, although obviously, yes, we've talked about that, but also relief. It is like guys and girls all across the internet have let out a huge sigh of relief, seeing that they just might start getting back their heroes. An entire generation of people grew up on these games, and Leon works so well as our male lead because he is him. He is the guy who walks into the worst situation imaginable and handles it. He's smart, capable, brave, a little bit corny in exactly the right way. Men want to be him, women want to be with him. He is the power fantasy and the rescue fantasy all at the same time, and there is nothing wrong with either of those things. There never was, and that is what a great character does when you just let them be great. No committee, no disclaimers, no apologies, just here he is. And look how everyone has responded. Look how hungry everyone was for it. Leon doesn't need to be any less. He is basically just a perfect character.
But again, Twitter won't admit that. They don't want to admit that maybe, just maybe, it's okay for either side to go. Men gooning bad, women gooning good. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I mean, it's honestly kind of pathetic. The fact that they tried to make a big deal out of Stellar Blade mods, and then they turn around and literally put Leon into a bondage mods friggin' mod where he has his bare ass hanging out is fine.
Oh, we need the rest of our characters to be elevated.
Yeah.
If you made it to the end of this one, thank you so much. I know I was gone for a couple of weeks. Honestly, most of my spare time has been going to revisiting the Resident Evil remakes. But are you playing Requiem? Did you beat it? What are your thoughts? Thanks again for being here, and I'll see you in the next one.
That was a good video. It was a good video, Everyone seems to Resident Evil play it. I'm gonna play it sometime. This is very male gooning bad, but more I'm jealous this female character is prettier than everybody. No, I disagree. Because if you make a post about how much you goon as a woman, you're 90% of the people will be like, oh my god, that's so hot, you go queen, or it's men saying like, oh my god, I love that for you, can you like make it fansly, like I really want to see it and stuff. But if a guy says like I'm gooning 20 times a day, then it's like, oh, you're disgusting, shut in, and you know, like comrade and blah, and you come with like a debt to society. There is absolutely a double standard. Yeah, there absolutely is. I think there is. Yeah. Alright, check out the video.
I cannot do that.
Now, I will watch the Crimson Desert video, okay? A lot of people asked me to look at this. This was, I guess it was about IGN making a review for Crimson Desert saying it was terrible. Let's watch it. This video apparently is really, really popular. I haven't seen it. We're going to look at it right now. You gave up? Did. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Okay, let's go.
Not even a week after publishing what is probably the most consequential bad review in recent gaming history, a review that crashed Pearl Abyss's stock 40%, that was substantially written about things patched away.
I don't think that the bad review is why their stock went down. I don't think that's the reason why.
72 hours, 3 million people ignored with their own money.
Yes.
IGN just published another Crimson Desert piece. This time, they called the developers naive designers. I want you to sit with that for a second before we go any further.
What?
Naive designers.
Is that true?
The studio that spent 8 years building one of the most technically complex, visually extraordinary, seamlessly handcrafted open worlds this medium has ever produced.
It's huge.
Naive designers. Written with complete confidence by someone who's never written a line of code, never designed a single game system, never taken one creative risk in the medium they've spent their career evaluating.
Damn.
Someone whose entire professional existence, whose platform, whose audience, whose institutional power exists precisely because Pearl Abyss did the hard work, and 3 million people wanted to experience it.
Yeah, of course.
Without the studio's building and us consuming, there is no IGN. There is no platform. There is no Metacritic score. There is no institutional authority. The whole apparatus is entirely downstream of the thing it's condescending about.
He is completely right about this, by the way. He is totally 100% right about this. Is it the people that make content and constantly patronize these developers rely completely on them? It's absolutely true.
So I want to ask.
It's very obnoxious.
Nobody at IGN seems to have asked before publishing this. What exactly is this conference built on?
Uh-oh.
Because 20 years ago, sure. 20 years ago, IGN served a real and legitimate function. You couldn't watch 40 hours of gameplay on YouTube before buying. You couldn't pull up a Twitch stream of someone 200 hours deep in a game.
Exactly.
You couldn't read 10,000 Steam reviews from actual players who bought it with their own money.
See, this is the big difference, right? Is like back in the day, you needed game reviews because you didn't have any other way to access the medium. But now with YouTube and Twitch, you already have a way, like basically written video game reviews are like kind of, you know, like video killed the radio star. I think that's basically what happened with this too, where basically the medium of writing a review of a video game is just simply inferior to a YouTube video. It's just worse.
The information was real. The institutional access was real.
It was.
Written copies, preview events, publishing infrastructure, the ability to reach millions before anyone else could.
Yeah, that was another thing, is they had a lot of systematic advantages. Like they had access to earlier builds, they had access to developer interviews, everything like that. True.
The authority had a genuine foundation, and it earned its place in this ecosystem.
Yes.
But what is that foundation in 2026?
It doesn't exist.
YouTube exists. Twitch exists. Steam exists. The entire information monopoly that justified 20 years of institutional authority has been completely democratized.
Exactly.
The gap that made
And I think I like that word too, by the way, about it being democratized. Because the fact is that, like, nowadays, there's no real reason for you to give a shit about what some reviewer thinks, because there's some YouTuber that's much more popular than they are. And also, here's the truth. Video game reviewers might not like this, but I'm just going to say it. Every YouTube reviewer could be a written, like, article reviewer. Every single one of them. It's easy to do that. You can literally have AI generate the articles for you. That's how easy it is. Every single writer for these different, you know, like, publications could not be a YouTube reviewer. And how do I know that for a fucking fact? Because if they could, they would. Because you can make 20 times the amount of money. They can't.
Gone. And here's what gets me on a personal level. Gamer to gamer. Every game referenced in this article. Cyberpunk, Elden Ring, Valheim, Red Dead Redemption. I've played all of them. Thousands of hours across most of them. So have most of you. So have the 3 million people who bought Crimson Desert.
Exactly. Like, they don't know what they like.
We experienced everything he experienced. We know everything he knows. We've lived in every world he's drawing on to make his comparisons.
Probably better than he has, too.
There is no enlightenment the badge confers.
Yes.
No insight invisible to us that becomes visible to him by virtue of working at IGN. No asymmetrical information. No technical expertise. No game development experience.
Stand down.
Gamer to gamer. He thinks he's more qualified to evaluate this game than the people who bought it, played it, and loved it.
More than that he's more qualified than anybody else. I think that one thing that these review websites should stop doing is they should stop the DEI representation of critic reviews. Why is somebody who's a critic review, why is that held separately as a separate score? all of the different views should be aggregated entirely. And if you want, like, Metacritic and these other websites should not have critic reviews in their own category.
And the 3 million copies, the very positive Steam rating, and the rebounding stock price are 3
Critics are paid off.
independent
I think
data
so, yeah.
sources all saying
In
the
some
same
cases,
thing.
not directly, but indirectly.
That's what this video is about. Not just the bad review, we covered that. Not just the face-saving follow-up piece they just published,
Yeah.
though we're going through it in detail. It's about the specific quality of arrogance that makes both of those things possible.
That's one of the big things, is like it's the arrogance and the assumed sense of authority that these people have. And I think that's one thing that people hate the media entirely for. It's not even just specifically about video game media. I think it's about all media, where like you have people that are in these positions as news reporters or as, you know, an actor or like, you know, a comedian that think that they have the position that they can dictate to you what is right and what's not. Right? Some people study journalism and may have more credentials to be a reviewer, but that's more for movies than games. But like, what are those credentials? What really are those? Like, so you understand Shakespeare, so you're gonna understand if a movie is better? Like, how does that? There's no, like, this is a completely subjective evaluation. And I think this is one thing that people that have nothing better to do but to create credentials for themselves do, is that they sit around in a group and then they collectively decide why their opinions are more important than other people's. There's no actual objective value that's assigned to this. It's all perceived value that's created by the people that want you to perceive their value. I think it's a little bit self-serving, isn't it?
The kind that only survives when it goes unchallenged long enough to stop feeling like arrogance and start feeling like authority.
Exactly.
Let's go through it.
I think this started with Gamergate. I think that was a big component to it, or like they thought that they could talk down to their audience. And I feel like ever since then, it's just gotten worse. It's my opinion.
The very first sentence of this article is, "Love it or hate it, there's no denying that Crimson Desert has suffered something of a rocky launch."
True? Yeah.
Rocky launch. 2 million copies sold on day one. I played on launch day and had a blast.
Yeah.
The only thing rocky about this launch was legacy gaming media manufacturing informational chaos and calling it criticism.
I disagree with this. I think that a lot of the systems and the controls were bad. And I think the fact that they didn't have storage was bad. I think that there were a lot of things that they should have had like an idea about and they didn't. I disagree with that. I think absolutely it was problematic at launch. That's why they fixed it and they came out with an apology. Like they did that because it was broken.
And I want you to notice what was in the original review and what wasn't.
Yes.
Controls, inventory management,
Yes.
boss difficulty. Every complaint was
Bosses are easy. The bosses are easy. Who the fuck's having trouble with bosses? What the fuck? Why?
about surface level friction.
Oh
the
my
kind
God.
of stuff any competent studio patches away in the first week.
Yeah.
Pearl Abyss did it in 72 hours.
They did. It was
What
great.
was never in the review? The artistic vision. The sheer technical achievement of a seamless open world at that scale and beauty. The genuinely original design philosophy. None of the things that will still matter about this game in 10 years registered. Just the surface. Just the stuff that was gone before the review was even cold. And now look at what this follow-up piece is actually doing.
It's all like the IGN review, in a way, seemed like they were almost trying to punish Pearl Abyss for not giving them a more stable review build. Like, if you actually looked at the review itself, like, a lot of them talking about it were just complaining about issues and friction points they had with the review build.
The thing that dominated the original review, the controls, the inventory, the boss difficulty, has been patched away. So the rocky launch framing has quietly shifted to the one thing patches can't touch.
Yeah.
The story. That's what's left. That's the last redoubt. We've covered extensively in previous essays why that argument falls apart the moment you actually engage with what this game is trying to do. And we'll get into it again.
Okay, sure.
But I want you to see the sleight of hand clearly first. One patch cycle invalidated the overwhelming majority of their professional criticism.
True, actually, and I think more people should talk about that. Like, for me, for example, like, at the beginning, I thought the game was pretty shitty because of the controls and the way that you moved around, and then they made a patch that made the game less shitty. I know, sounds crazy, but they just made it better. And guess what? It worked! It worked really well!
And rather than acknowledge that,
Yes!
they reframed it. Rocky launch. Still standing, still confident. As if the ground beneath them hasn't completely shifted. Then we get to the paragraph that made me stop reading and just stare at my screen for a moment. It's unclear if the development team has had to break their backs to do this.
The reason why groups like IGN participate in the character destruction and the media destruction for something like Crimson Desert is because Crimson Desert doesn't represent what they want video games to push a message about. It doesn't have, you know, like fucking Western critical themes against authoritarianism. It doesn't have, you know, different types of representation, whether it's of women, whether it's of, you know, gay people or black people or something like that. And I think that's the reason why they rate these games down. And I think that fundamentally, what does it come down to? What really is that? It's racism. It is. It's cultural racism, where these people want to create a reward structure around following their cultural norms and basically adhering to them. So every single China game, every you know, Korea game, and to a lesser extent every Japanese game is graded on this harsh curve of adhering to Western cultural values. And they're not even really Western cultural values. They are extreme Western values from a small subset of people that want to force that culture into everything else.
Think about what you
Think about the amount of games that are coming out of China and Korea especially that get shit on constantly by these developers, or sorry, by these reviewers. I think that they do it almost every single time.
Read about yourself to write that sentence. Pearl Abyss, a studio whose stock crashed partly because of a review substantially written about things they then fixed in 3 days, came back, listened, worked, and turned the entire conversation around in under a week.
Exactly.
And the response is to wonder, in
They did the same thing to Black Myth Wukong, they did the same thing to Wu Chang, they did the same thing to Stellar Blade, they did that to a lesser extent to Lost Ark as well. They've done this to like every game. Like every popular Eastern game that comes out, they always want to frame it around the fact that these Eastern games aren't looking at their social issues in the right way. Where Winds Meet, that's another good example. You're right. Yeah, they do it constantly. It's a very common
whether they
thing.
had to work hard to do it. That's not neutral. That's a power move dressed up as a throwaway clause.
They're trying to, they're trying
It's the kind
to
of sentence that
make it
lets
look
you
bad.
condescend to someone while
Exactly.
maintaining complete plausible deniability about having done it.
Well, you're poisoning the well, right? You're implying that them making, like, basically, okay, so they're wrong for not having it, and they're also wrong for fixing it fast because that could make people have to work too hard. Which is like total fan fiction. They're inventing this themselves.
Then, assuming that's true, it would also mean that Pearl Abyss didn't see the glaring issues in Crimson Desert's design. Be that a result of poor internal testing, naive designers, or simply not seeing the wood for the trees. Naive designers. What technical background, what engineering
Not
expert...
seeing the wood from the trees is the same type of, like, that to me, that is theater kid vocabulary and, like, diction. Like, that is what a theater kid talks like. Where they think that they're speaking, like, you're writing, like, an essay for, like, AP English or something.
What game development experience sits behind the confidence required to call the people who built this naive?
Yeah.
The answer, as far as anyone can establish, is a media degree.
Yes.
That's it. That's the foundation.
That's what matters.
Something happens in the middle of this article that I think is the most revealing moment in the whole piece. After walking through the patches, and grudgingly acknowledging that they worked. Fast travel improved, storage box transformed the crafting
I
loop,
thought fast travel was
boss
fine.
difficulty adjusted. They write this sentence. If you already like Crimson Desert's approach, I think there's a genuine possibility that it could be a contender for your Game of the Year by the summer.
Sure, yeah. wrong
Your
with that?
Game of the Year. Not the Game of the Year. Yours. As in, for people like you. People with your particular taste. People who enjoy this kind of thing.
True.
Read that again and feel exactly how much condescension is packed into one word.
Uh-huh.
They didn't correct the 6. They didn't reconsider. They just graciously extended permission for a certain type of player to enjoy a certain type of game. The hierarchy is completely intact.
Well, they'll never go back on what they think. And the reason why is because the real reason why they downvote and they like negative review these games is because of that value system. That's the main reason why they're doing it. It has nothing else besides that. Also saying by the summer is implying it's not good enough, but it might make it good in a few weeks. Yes, exactly, right?
The authority never moved. They're still above it. They're just acknowledging that some people with some tastes might find value.
Still patronizing. Exactly.
First, they condescended the developers, naive designers. Now they're condescending the players, the very people their entire existence depends on. Written with complete confidence and zero self-awareness that without us, none of this exists. They complained, in the review and again here, that having to prepare for bosses was a design flaw. Cooking food.
What?
Managing resources, grinding to get ready for a difficult fight. Too much of a burden. Punishing.
Combine that with the fact that you now don't need to cook up 1,000 bowls of soup to get through Kiresh the Slayer. I mean, yeah, it was kind of hard, but like, man, it wasn't that bad. What the hell are you talking about? It's not hard at all.
And honestly, I had to laugh. Because the preparation in this game isn't a separate grind you stop and do.
Yeah.
It's just what happens when you're actually playing.
Exactly, yeah. You're going to get these items while you're playing anyway. It's going to happen on its own.
You're exploring, picking up ores naturally, buying mats from NPCs on the road, upgrading gear organically. By the time you reach a boss, you have more than enough if you've been engaging with the world at all. The reviewer made it sound like he had to stop everything and dedicate hours to farming. That's not the game.
It's bullshit. That's total
someone who
bullshit.
didn't understand how the systems work together, describing his own confusion as a design failure. And this person called himself a hardcore Souls player.
The only reason, before concluding with super long 3-phase boss fights that include some segments where you're just mercilessly swarmed by the bad guy, while you have to dash around destroying totems. Oh, he's talking about the Reed boss. The only reasonable way to get through it is to have a ton of healing items on hand and to eat by the fistful while you whittle down the enemy's health bar. I love Souls-like and I consider myself a tryhard. Holy fuck, man. Like, yeah, some of the boss fights have problems, but like, Jesus.
But here's what makes this particularly pointed.
Yeah.
Pearl Abyss listened anyway. They nerfed the bosses. They fixed the inventory.
Well, because the boss was too hard. I mean, like, he was too hard for, like, the point in the game. Like, he was way harder than everything else, and they know what the completion rates for the game are on the back end. And when they see that the completion rates drop off whenever you get to a certain boss, that's not good for your game. So, obviously, they're going to fix it. Obviously, they're going to improve it. Duh, I think that's a good idea.
They added the storage. They responded with extraordinary speed and genuine care. And IGN...
And also, since this, they've also responded to the criticisms of the story, too. They did that today. They actually are listening to the players a lot. It's quite surprising.
Still standing by the 6. Because institutional arrogance doesn't update when reality pushes back.
Nope.
It just keeps going. Still certain. Still confident. Still writing think pieces about whether the patches were enough, rather than asking whether the review was.
Man. Man!
And then we get to the part that I think most completely exposes the limits of how these outlets actually think about games. Their argument is that Crimson Desert's story is a fundamental creative failure. Not technical, not a launch window issue, but baked into the bones. And to explain why, they invoke Cyberpunk 2077. I've played thousands of hours of Cyberpunk.
That's too much.
Cyberpunk is a cinematic experience first, and an open world second. That's the design philosophy, held completely and executed brilliantly. Every decision serves that vision. When you're in a Cyberpunk cutscene, you're not being taken out of the game. You're in the deepest part of it.
Yeah.
That conviction produced one of the greatest games ever made.
Sure.
Crimson Desert has a completely different conviction. And here's the thing IGN cannot grasp. That difference is not efficiency. It's a design philosophy. A deliberate, ambitious attempt to do something Western open-world design stopped trying to do years ago.
I didn't know you could open that door. I had no idea you could do that. That shit's crazy.
Let me tell you what I was doing while this article was being written.
Playing the game?
I found
that door.
Design stopped trying to do years ago.
I didn't know you could open that door. I had no idea you could do that. That shit's crazy.
Let me tell you what I was doing while this article was being written.
Playing the game?
I found out there was an armor set somewhere in the world.
I gotta get
the
that
Shadows
close.
plate armor.
Looks badass.
Full Lich King aesthetic. Hood up, black robes, massive
That looks
executioner
badass.
axe. Nobody sent me to get it. No quest marker, no objective, no waypoint. I just heard it existed and decided I wanted it. What followed was genuinely one of the best gaming sessions I've had in years. I rode out with just a direction. Scaled mountains that looked like the Canadian Rockies, genuinely vertical. The kind of climb where you grip the controller tighter because you're not sure you'll make it. Stumbled
Dude, if you can't climb this
into a witch's hideout built inside an ancient tree trunk in the Wayward Woods. Found it completely by accident because I'd gone the wrong way. Accidentally rode through a black bear and got chased halfway up a mountain by what felt like an entire civilization of absolutely furious barbarians. Dropped into desert canyons with waterfalls hidden inside them. Found border cities that weren't on any map I'd looked at. Still on chapter 4. Main story untouched for hours.
I think that's another really good indicator of whether a open world game is good or not, is if somebody can play the game all day and not progress the main story. Because I feel like if you can do that, it means that the extra like mechanics and the world building is good enough for you to figure out there's something that's more engaging than just simply sitting there and doing the MSQ, right? Like I felt that way with Oblivion a lot. Like, okay, yeah, I would do the main story quest, but you know, that's not the main thing I'm going to focus on, right? I'm gonna go and do the Dark Brotherhood quest line or something like that. And I think same thing with Where Winds Meet. I think it's another very good open world game. And games that make you feel like you have to do the main story, I think very commonly are the bad ones.
Nothing locked me out.
It's about getting distracted.
The world
Yeah, exactly.
just existed. Vast.
Yeah, like
and
basically, like, yeah, if you don't feel yourself getting distracted by spontaneous things that you come across when you're playing an open world game, it's probably because that open world game is bad. Because that's the reason why open world games are special. It's because you can go and play the game and have this experience that's totally different, and it's spontaneous and unique. Witcher 3, I actually think this is going to be maybe an unpopular opinion. I think this game has a better open world than Witcher 3. And by the way, I don't even think it's close.
alive and completely indifferent to
think.
whether I was following the plot. That's mediocrity?
Yeah.
That's what I'm supposed to endure to get to the good stuff. And then they compare this to Starfield. Starfield is procedurally generated emptiness connected by loading screens. Crimson Desert is a handcrafted world you traverse seamlessly on horseback for hours, watching biomes change around you in real time. Putting them in the same sentence isn't analysis. It's proof the framework has broken down so completely, it's producing conclusions that make no sense to anyone who's actually spent real time in both worlds.
There's another thing too where whenever you're playing a game like Crimson Desert, stop trying to make it Witcher 3. When you're playing a game like Witcher 3, stop trying to make it Skyrim. When you're playing a game like Breath of the Wild, stop trying to make it Elden Ring. At the end of the day, each video game is going to be different. They're going to be totally different.
There is this line, the one that I keep coming back to. To unlock Crimson Desert's more accomplished facets, you have to dedicate hours to mediocrity. Think about what made World of Warcraft legendary. Not the endgame, not the raids. Riding through Elwyn Forest for the first time with no idea where you were going, in a world that felt like it had been
You gotta grind constantly in those games. Yeah, you do. That's just the way it is.
long before you arrived, and would continue long after you logged off.
Yeah.
Think about what made Skyrim legendary. Not the main quest, but the feeling that over that mountain there might be something worth finding.
Yeah.
And the world making good on that promise often enough that you kept going. Neither of those games opened with their most accomplished moments. They opened with a world and trusted you to find it. That trust was the entire...
It's also like you don't even... Because I think that one of the coolest things about a game like Crimson Desert or Elden Ring coming out is the first like month of the game releasing where people are discovering new things constantly. And there's a new YouTube video where somebody found a sword, and it's like you can get a sword out of like a giant's mouth at like the top of a mountain. That's like in this game, right? And like, or like there's some special way to unlock a puzzle that allows you to do this really cool boss. Like that group discovery and community discovery with a game is the reason why so many people want to play new MMOs. It's because whenever everybody is experiencing it all simultaneously, people can share, trade, and enjoy the basically communication of information of the game. And I think that that makes a meta-level community much more interesting. And I think the same thing happened with Elden Ring. It happened, it's happening now with Crimson Desert. Helldivers 2 is a good example. And so that's one of the magical things about a really, really good video game like this is because its scope is so vast that you have everybody that's playing the game that's kind of making their own inroad and understanding a different part of it, and they can share that with each other. And I think that makes the experience of it where like it's truly more of like a community adventure. And I think that that happens, like, you know, like the old Warcraft puzzles that they used to have, where it was like figuring out how to find Cosimoth, or that one nightmare steed that you were able to get in, what was it, the Karazhan Crypts. And all of these little things, like I think it's called Lucid Nightmare, all of those things I think were amazing. They were great. And the reason why is because the community was taking part in it together. Like, for example, I remember the days whenever people figured out, oh my god, this is how you summon this boss, this is how you do this thing, and then everybody was going and trying it out. And I think that's what was so cool about it. And the fact that also, like, those things are just put in the game, there's like maybe like a, you know, flavor text or something like that that indicates this is, you know, like something that could happen, but there's not really like a long-term like thing that's like telling you you have to go do this, you have to go do that.
A point.
It's like it's just out
Crimson
there.
Desert is doing something much closer to what the great MMOs understood. That
Exactly.
in a world
See?
this big and this alive, heavy narrative doesn't deepen immersion. It works against it.
Follow your feet.
Every cutscene that locks you into a specific emotional experience reminds you you're watching someone else's story rather than living in your own. The short, well-animated story beats give you just enough context to feel the weight of the world of Pywell, without taking that weight out of your hands. By chapter 4, Cliff's journey had already given me enough to feel genuinely invested. Not because the writing is flawless, but because the world around it is real enough that even an imperfect story lands differently than it would in a smaller space.
I think this is actually very true. It's kind of like how the original WoW devs said the world was the main character in World of Warcraft Classic. And I do think like even the existence of a main story quest is kind of almost antithetical to what a open world game is. Now, I think that you can still have it like work well, kind of like with Elden Ring, for example. But overall, like, I would say that this is absolutely true. Totally disagree with the story part. I think the story being, like, the story was, like, kind of, I think it was kind of mediocre. And it was confusing, right? Like, having a main story quest that should, like, I mean, Oblivion had a main story quest, and that's an open world game, and it was fine. So I don't think that having a main story quest is bad. It's not good either. But what I think Crimson Desert doesn't really do very well is that they don't have very good continuity. I think that if there was a continuity with the storyline, that people would like it more, but it feels like it's very disjointed.
It's not mediocrity.
That's my opinion.
That's a design philosophy that requires a different vocabulary to evaluate than the one IGN is working with. And calling it mediocrity with that confidence from that position is the arrogance made completely visible. The vocabulary doesn't exist in their framework, and rather than acknowledge that the framework might be the problem, they call the thing the framework can't evaluate mediocre.
Yeah.
So here's the question this whole article forces me to ask. And I think it's the most important one we've raised in this entire series. What is IGN's arrogance actually built on?
Systematic advantages, institutional privilege, and a grandfathered in sense of basically, you know, entitlement that people should be listening to them. That's the reason why people take IGN seriously. And it's like all of these different publications and these news people and these different, like, you know, groups, access, yes, exactly. So much of this is basically just totally unearned. It's completely unearned.
Because arrogance with a foundation is at least coherent.
Yeah.
A surgeon with thousands of successful operations can be confident.
Yeah.
An engineer whose bridge is still standing can be confident. Even a critic with a long track record of being demonstrably right can earn institutional confidence.
Yeah, of course.
The arrogance has something underneath it. What's underneath IGN's? We've played every
I do also think that it's a huge component that Western video games are way more accountable to game developers, to game journalists and to the game journalist media. And because of that, they give those Western developers more positive feedback versus Eastern developers that are not accountable to them. I think that's a huge factor.
Game they reference. We've lived in Cyberpunk, Elden Ring, Valheim, Skyrim, World of Warcraft. We know exactly what they're drawing on, and we can evaluate those comparisons as well as they can, probably better, because most of us have spent significantly more time in these worlds
probably than they have.
Any reviewer on a deadline ever could.
Yeah.
There is no expertise here. There is no insider knowledge. There is no technical foundation.
I wish more people talked about this, by the way. I do. I wish there were a lot more people talking about this. The fact that the people that are writing these articles have no better understanding of it than you do.
That is institutional capital. 20 years of accumulated authority that went unchallenged long enough to start feeling like competence. The IGN badge doesn't come with expertise.
No.
It comes with a Metacritic score that moves stock prices. And for 20 years, that's been enough to crash valuations.
I still disagree with this premise. I don't think that IGN giving Crimson Desert a bad review meant that's not the reason why it didn't do well. That's not the reason. I mean, the game did have a lot of flaws at the beginning. Like, and these flaws were legitimate, real, and actually problematic.
What gets greenlit? Call Korean developers naive, completely certain of its own authority. And gamers are not an easy crowd. We are the most cynical, hardest to please, most forensically critical audience in entertainment. We tear games apart for a bad frame rate. We spend hours in forums dissecting single quest design decisions. When we defend a studio rather than tear it apart, that means something.
I don't agree. I think people with sunk cost will defend bad games because they've already played them a lot. I think that happens constantly. It happens especially with MMOs. Like, people have already bought the game, and so they don't want to feel like they were stupid for buying the game, so they will come up with excuses for why the game was actually good. I think that's what would happen.
Means the studio has to test that very few pass. 3 million of us independently decided, with our own money, that Crimson Desert was worth it. That's not a mob. That's a verdict from the hardest audience in entertainment. And the data makes the institutional failure undeniable. 3 million copies despite the review. Steam.
I would say Black Myth Wukong is an even better example of this. I think Crimson Desert getting low review, like Black Myth Wukong, in my opinion, is like objectively like a 9 out of 10 or higher game. Like, it's just insanely good. Like, the graphics are amazing, the combat's amazing, there's character development, the cinematics are perfect, there's good flow of the story, everything is great. So why is it that it got so many bad reviews? And also, Black Myth Wukong, not in a week, but in like 2 or 3 days, sold 10 million copies. That was when I realized that there was a real legitimate problem.
Going very positive, in direct contradiction of the critical consensus. And most tellingly, the stock recovering.
Yeah, of course it did.
Because even
it got
institutional money is now recalibrating. The market itself is figuring out what gamers already knew. That IGN's verdict on Crimson Desert told you more about IGN's framework than it did about Crimson Desert.
Exactly.
The one thing they were supposed to do, they failed at completely. And the market is learning to price that failure in.
I don't even agree with that. I think that their goal is to enforce an ideology or enforce a point of view. And that's what they really try to do more than anything, is they try to force that point of view and that ideology into everything. That's the reason why, like, certain people gave games, like, I remember Arc Raiders had this happen, where they had there was this one reviewer that gave it, like, a really low score because it had AI in it. Like, I'm sorry, but people don't care about that. They don't give a shit about that. So why are you doing this? Like, why are you giving games bad scores for things that players don't care about? Well, the reason why is you want to force your views on everybody else. Oh, yes, or in Expedition 33, I care. I don't think that you actually do that, right? Like, you don't actually care. You're not going to make a purchase decision based off of AI. I don't think that it's true. And I think that it's proven repeatedly that it is not true. It's proven with Crimson Desert that used AI, nobody cared. Expedition 33 used AI, nobody cared. You know, people, what was the third one I was thinking of? Oh yeah, Arc Raiders used AI, nobody cared. The Finals used AI, nobody cared. AI actually isn't something that people care about.
Stand down.
And the reason why is because there are games that are successful that have it, and everybody ignores it. I care if the AI is bad. Yeah, but that's not about AI though, right? It has nothing to do with, like, if the actual characters were bad, or if the human design was bad, the game would be bad. So, like, is that really AI that's the problem, or is the quality the problem? You see what I'm saying?
That's the collapse of institutional trust made visible in data. And their response is this article.
That's what I think.
Not an apology.
Yeah.
Not a reconsideration. A face-saving piece written with the same unbroken confidence.
I'm gonna read after this. I'm gonna look at this.
Because the arrogance only survives in the absence of accountability.
Yep. Well,
So
they've
let
already
me-
faced accountability. Like, if you look at their influence now, they're like probably 10% of what they were 10 years ago. Like, they've almost completely gone extinct. They're an endangered species.
Leave you with a question
bad.
I've been sitting with since I read this piece.
AI is a time-saving tool? It is.
If IGN doesn't represent us, the gamers, and they don't make games, and the information gap that once justified their existence is long gone,
Why they
and
exist.
YouTubers covering these same games have larger audiences, more hours played, more skin in the game, and are held accountable by their communities
Exactly.
in real time, what exactly is justifying their existence in 2026?
Why do they exist? True.
What are they actually for? I don't have a clean answer yet, but we'll explore it properly in a future video. What I do know is that the fact the question is even worth asking tells you everything about where we are. That's it from me.
I think this is something that's happening to all types of media, and it's not exclusive to gaming media. I think that overall, a lot of the institutional advantages that print media and other forms of, you know, I guess legacy media had are now...
Dobro jutro, dobar dan.
Dobro jutro, dobar dan.
Pa otkud vi tako
Kako
rano?
ste, Frostoviću?
Rekao, otkud tako rano?
Koji su treći?
A, ne birate spavanje.
Ne. I choose violence.
Da, to i ja kažem. Kad igram Mark Raidere.
Yes. Follow your feet.
I tried peace, you chose violence.
Yes.
Zabavam se, ali ima istinu u tom. Razmišljao sam jutros da upalim Mark Raidere i to me držalo 3 sekunde da sam ugasio. Shvatio sam da trenutno nemaš šta da se radi u igri. Dok si ti rekao da ti trebaju stvari sa Stellom, on ti se rekao, znaš, mogao sam dignuti, zato što to nije baš tako lako za napraviti. I bilo je dosta izazovno da se nađe. Kad sam to našao, nije mi se više igralo.
Pa da.
A da probam da bijem onoga matrijarha, neću. Neću da se cimam oko nekoga ko će me ubiti s leđa, razumeš?
Pa normalno.
Mogu da mi duve.
Ma imam, hvala Bogu, valjda još koliko, 30 dana za ekspediciju ću da sredim.
Za šta? Pa treba ti samo materijali da skupiš. Treba skupiš oružje, treba skupiš one dijamante.
50% sam skupio, možda čak i preko 50%. Od svih stranja.
Pa ti je samo da igraš i ulaziš u mapi i skupljaš random junk.
Pa da.
Ako leveluješ ono da otvaraš security bridge, svaki security bridge ti ima u sebi oružje ili neke vrednosti. Vidi, rakun.
Valuables.
Vidi što skače. Madre mi je. Sad pitanje, koliko ćeš još dugo da igraš taj Helldiver 2?
To je minimum još sat 2, sigurno.
Aha. Ako ćeš...
Evo završavamo ovu odvremenu misiju i onda možemo da startujemo.
Ako ćeš da se čekaš? Ako ćeš da se čekaš, dolazim samo da odnesem tacnu sa klopom. Majstor nam još rade, napravili su plafon, samo treba da ispoliraju parket i da se izlakira. I onda smo završili sa radovima.
Super.
Kuća je bila dignuta na glavu, razumeš, par dana, ali dobro, možemo. Zar ti nisi imao skoro isto neke radove? Stvarno.
No imao sam, ne pitaj me ništa. Haos. Ali završilo se i to.
Pa to ja kažem. Idem. Ako ćeš da me sačekaš jedno 5 minuta.
Hoću.
Šta je sad novi patch za Crimson Desert?
Ne znam, evo ja sam malo preupalio Sony, samo mi svuklo peča, pojma nemam šta je, veri mi. Ali ono s mačkama mi je haotično, znači
Pa nisu samo mačke, možda pokupiš i pticu i kera, vidio sam. Ima koje kakve živujke koje možda pripitomiš. Interesantno.
Jest.
Ne znam, trenutno mi je $70 mnogo za nešto što ću možda nekad da igram, znaš, tako da...
Ma nemoj
Igrao sam, dodao samo na listu da... Kako bude recimo negde palo na 40 evra, ko zna. Možda uzmem, to sigurno. Pošto nisam čuo da je neko rekao da igra baš toliko loše. Uglavnom, ljudi vole Dead u Golu.
Meni je igra fenomenalna. Malo sam je igrao, ali je fenomenalno.
Narečito ovi, kako se zovu, zapadnjački novinari. Oni vole da rešetaju igre koje dolaze sa istoka, znaš, i koje ne glorifikuju zapadnjačke sisteme vrednosti. Boli me kurac.
Pa jeste, baš.
Boli me kurac za to.
Nema transgender, nabijamo ga, nema.
Ne blati se borba protiv vlasti i tako to, znaš.
Ajde bre, nisu normalni. A igra znaš kako izgleda, prelepo, stvarno. Prelepo, ogromno. Čak su najavili DLC potvrđen koji će da, ubace MMO. Kao da možeš da igraš sa više igrača.
Da.
Ma ima toliko toga igre, ja moram da je krenem iz početka, ja sam par sati samo vidim kontrole i gledam ajde malo da ispečuju, da odrade. Kontrole su mi malo lude, ali je generalno igra je ludilo.
Da, čuo sam da je za joystick malo. Samo da ti kažem nešto.
I za tastaturu i za joystick.
Jeste, kažu napravljena je prvenstveno za joystick. Ali ako i ljudi sa kontrolerima imaju probleme, nije to problem, to je kao da se navikneš to je neki njihov sistem koji su oni ubacili, koji kažu da odudara od standardnog za taj žanr.
Definitivno.
Sad, da li će oni to da korektuju ili šta znam? Što vidimo? Znaš, ako smo jučer odigrali odbranu sa 2 tenka, do 7. 8. runde sam pucao iz tenka, znači sve neizmenice, jedan pa drugi. Poskidali smo sve na jebeni leteći tanjinu u onoj odbrani protiv onih alijena.
Imaš upražnjeno mesto, sad sam krenuo bukvalno misiju. Nesretni kučki ni sinovi. Idemo. Ali sam prešalto planetu, isto je Major u pitanju. Ali, brate, ima malo varijacije, znaš, normalnih. Ovo jedno te isto igram poludeću.
Ovo je Defense.
Nije.
Je, ovo je Defense. Ne, razumeš. Ovo smo igrali, ti nisi pratio Major, da ja sam. Bilo je prvo da se odbrani jedan sektor, a drugi da se oslobodi. Ovaj sektor smo branili prvih dan i po 2. I kad smo ga odbranili, igrači se prešaltali u napad. I sad opet kao će da padne taj sektor koji smo branili. I onda sad imaš igrače koji kažu kao baš izgleda kao nameštaljka žešća od strane developera, znaš.
Da. Vidiš da nas cepaju na 2 fronta.
Pa da, kao ne možeš da uzmeš planetu zato što moraš da se podeliš takođe da braniš, znaš. Malo je gay.
Malo više.
Why are you gay?
What are you?
To.
da dečko veći. Bravo, majstore, bravo.
Šta bi?
Ma, ovaj uradio nešto korisno. Nesrećni kučki su. Par igrača sa mnogo dobrih igra, brate, juče. Znaju, bre, ljudi šta rade, bre, čoveče.
Oh, look where I spawned. Interesting.
Nema ova šopka, brate, ovaj sweeper. Razvaljuje bulju, brale.
Znaš ti ima banet.
Ma da. Kidalica. Kidalica. I ne izbacuje municiju, nego samo je dodaje. Provalio.
No, 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 you're gonna do this by yourself. No, no, this is mistake. I'm not gonna help you. Fuck you. You activated the cannon. Enjoy. Have fun.
Steve, sajt sam našao.
Sve je u redu.
Da vidim još gdje je.
Ovaj majmun je aktivirao onaj top. Sad nek radi sam. Evo, eto mu na...
Oh, motherfucker!
Ne znam, neka uživa. Neka uživa, ja sam to sam da odradim, mene došao da im pomogne tako što mi uključuje top. Ne, ne. Fuck that shit.
What's up, bitch? Afirmativno. Oh shit. Stupid asshole.
Call him. Zove ga ti. Zove ga ti, ako ga ja budem zvao.
Bunker ili ja? Ovdje.
Ja sam na drugom kraju mape. Taj što si ga zvao, pa recimo. Mogu da vozim do tebe, nije ni problem, ali...
Bunker here, bunker. Nesrećnici. Nesrećni kučkini sin.
Ako ćeš da se čekaš, doći do tebe.
Hoću, naravno.
Ajde. Evo, palim tek dolazi.
Ne moraš. Aj jebi ga, ipak moraš.
Su potrčali tek da me razbijem, a?
Odmah potrčali i na mene ovdje. Uspio sam ovog pedera. Ovu vreću golan što trči.
Ma Abomination jurišao mene da mi razvali tank.
Pa da.
Samo sam izašao iz vozila da ostavim super sample.
Ej, jebi ga, evo. Ti tu materinu. A dobro, to je. Dođi. Ništa to Jovanović, gospodin. Da, pogledio da mi seru sve, jebe majku, pičku, morat se pomerimo. Baš tu nagrno. Ajde, pelječka.
Ima ovdje bunker. Evo ti ga bunker. Bunker, bunker. Bunker here.
Jebaću vam majku. How do you like? Če dođi bre neko ovdje ili idem dalje?
Stani! Si luti! Či ideš mi na kurac više. Znači ovo ti ne pričam dosta puta. Motherfuckers, do you speak fucking English? My friend asked you like 10 times. Can somebody give him a fucking handprint to open the fucking bunker? Are you retarded? All of you. Thank you. All of you. Eso no habla inglesi. Yes, yes. Of course. Fuck off. Eto tako da ne moraš da pičeš više. Tak kukaš više. Viš da nisu normalni, boli me kurac, zato sam uzeo tank, da razbiju tank, a ne mene. To što su retardi. Told you to fucking not touch the button before we gather all the shells. You had to do it. Now enjoy. Cock. Čim sam ga vidio da pritiska dugme za ono, ajmo vamo gore u drugi bunker. Aj za mnom. Ok, who shot me? Pucao me neko.
One shotovo te neki kurac.
Ne, neko me njih upucao, veruj mi. Neko me njih upucao, sad će ko je.
Možda ovaj S2, on je najbliži, ne znam.
Pađemo im. Ok, who's the Joker? Who shot me? Ma kobre, niko me nije pogodio njih. Ajde sa mnom da pokupimo lebat. Ajde sad ideš sa mnom, pošto si kuku malko. Uđe. Ovako, ja nemam ništa od opreme, čovječ.
Evo ti...
Ne mora. Pokušam da...
Četiri, čovječ.
To može.
Pa to sam i htio da ti kažem. Ček samo...
Pazi,
Vidim. Fucking asshole.
Si zakašio, a?
Znam. Evo Ilija, izvolite gospodin.
To, roleplay radi.
Let's go, man. Ovo su recimo debili, znaš, ali juče sam igrao s ljudima koji stvarno, poslao sam im friend request, neki su mi prihvatili. Stvarno bre, ljudi znaju bre da igraju bre. Ljudi jebeno da igraju. You bastard. Nisam stigo jebote da se...
Bile su medalje. I requisition. I sample.
Pa jebi ga, nema veze.
I nekakva automatska puška, onaj stalar, stare pičke mater.
I vidiš koji nije računao, a moj računao.
Zato što je preudario zemlju, ja sam ga bacio iz srčije. Ako udari u zemlju, ona Pokemon loptica. Ne kucao sam pred tebe, ali vidite neko udari prvi. Nekoga otkuca prvi. Tome se radi. Ovo sam prošao, mislim da su sample u pitanju. Pokušavam da shvatim da li mi to kiselina jede health. Ova kisela kiša. Sve mislim da jeste.
Pa kako meni health pun?
Ne znam.
Ne znam.
Ne znam. Ovo će da skemam.
Marinijati. Mada.
Pala. Ajmo dalje.
To sine. Mrao, mrave.
Gle glavnu dvojicu
Tu je
tamo.
MS, pa vidim. Konačno dobro oružje u igri, čoveče. Kako kida jebote. What do you do? Neštećni kučkin sin, naš se ovaj gine, pitaj kurac.
Mislim da se ubio. To ćeš vidjeti. Smo uzeli sve sample odatle, mislim da nismo.
Nismo? Čekaj.
Strči se pa što ima još jedan negdje. Evo ga. Sad jesmo.
Ne znaju oni sine kad upadne Frostović u Berserker mod, kako
A nije, nego izašao sam bio da kafu skuvam, ovaj mi je Jori zombi da mi bije tank, ok, ostaje sam kafu, ajde dobro, vozit ću tank. Vozim tank jednom rukom, gledam gdje si ti, 3 zombi, ona debela trče da ga useru. Dobro je šta god.
Kurac su oni uradili ovaj pištolj. Da.
Dobro, to je...
55. puta je. Samo da ne letim na neku testu.
Pazi na
da mi se
test.
najebe majke.
Pazi
Pa
na
gleda,
test.
evo je.
Ni ne vidi se, znaš.
Haha, vidio sam i ja.
Thanks! Pazi, idi vam, idi ka meni.
I kako gdje je sad ovdje nuklearka? Nema je nigdje, uništili jamu. Ili je ja ne vidim. Evo je, uništili je.
Ako je tako baciš i ne priđeš da je aktiviraš, pozdravi se s njom.
Begaj. Begaj. Ovaj se neslični kučkin sin ne snalazi baš nešto ovdje, a?
Ja mislim da on ima neko eksplozivno oružje. tipa, ne znam, granatni pištolj ili možda ima raptor. Možda ima raptor pa puca ovaj zombi, ono point blank. Sam sebe kokne.
Ovdje vidim neki beacon vamo.
Ovi će ti izađu s mape, vidjet ćeš. Mogu pare da skladim.
Garantija red. Pretpostavljam.
To ne je žuti što sija tamo pored tebe. Da vidim.
Da, evo ga. Tu sam kod njega. Op. Super kreditne serije. To je retkost.
Nije. Juče smo uzeli bili koliko, 50 do 100 u jednom, sjećaš se kad smo imali zajedno.
Ma 70 smo uzeli, čoveče. 70 gledao sam.
Ja imam sad 1150.
Ja nemam toliko.
A prošli Warbond je vratio 300, ono, na svakoj stranici uzmeš po 100. To znači da sam našao...
Ja imam... Da?
Da, 800 sigurno, zadnjih nedelji po dana. A nisam farmao, samo se igra kao regularno.
Pa naravno.
Ne, za razliku nekih što farmuju planski level 1.
Jebi.
Nećemo sad da upiremo prstom, samo ćemo da pokazujemo koji su. Bright.
Acid Storm. Ma ne skida health, bre, evo gledam. I obrat.
Skid armor.
Skid armor, to da.
Odvažno tebe da se voziš gore.
Nema veze, mam bojim me gore. Dobri sam. Oh, fucking asshole! Šta se desilo, bre, ovo?
Evo ko tu bio.
Budalu.
Viš ko tu bio. Izašao je.
Smrad. Ne mogu da verujem.
Svi o kom ubio, prošli put. Ne, ti si rekao ubio me, me ubio zombi, ubio me hodač, ubilo me nešto, ubio me čovjek. Toxic piece of shit, go play Ark Raiders. What a little cunt. Cunt.
A jebi ga, ja sam već pozvao za mene. Uzmi ti slobodno ako ono.
Ne, samo ću uzeti pušku. Shotgun.
Može, brat.
To ti je
Imam bre koliko hoćeš.
Znam. What an asshole.
Šta si sad desilo?
Niko nije pucao u njega.
Niko, brat.
What killed you, man? Znaš šta mi se čini? Da ovi observeri, znaš, da imaju... Wait, I did call you. See? I called you. Da ovi observeri imaju neki nevidljivi napad koji nema uopšte ono... animaciju. Onaj što tamo riče i grdi, ovaj. Da uopšte nema, nema animaciju, nego te razumiješ, samo te ubije s laserom sa kilometar, znaš, i ne umreš. Bez ikakvog indikatora.
Da, sad pokaju na 1000, brate, metara laserom, da.
Mislim, i ti imaš domet 1000 metara, ali... to je više za njih bonus nego za tebe. Ti ne možeš ubiti 1000 metara nikog, ne boj se. Thanks!
Jel uradio ovaj slepac ovo? Nije, a? Jes? Nije? Jes. Pazi. Vidi ga bastardo.
Ubio sam ga. Kill them. Get in fast. Ono godri mi Tereza. Stavim u glavu, da. Umreće mi Tereza, ma da. GG.
Super tempo, ja?
Falko, super samples su ti ne izlazu, već sam ih uzeo. I already took the super samples, they're on the Excel, don't bother. No, we have them. No. They're on exit, come.
Da li moguće da se uliku retardirano likovi?
A dobro, šta mu ja mogu, možda sam...
Kvačicu imamo desnu neku, vidiš? Nešto...
Kakvu desnu kvačicu?
Znak pitanja, ovdje, a?
Gdje?
Gore.
Ovdje gore u brde.
Pa tu negdje desno, ne znam. Nešto
Ovdje.
nije pokupljeno.
Šta nije pokupljeno?
Ne znam.
Ništa tu nema, gospođe.
E? Neko nije uzeo sample dole pored bunkera, garant. Nema veze, jebeš sample, ali to je to.
Nije to sample.
100%.
Nije to sample, uđi dole u taj rok. Ajde, samo izađi da te ne pregazi.
A moram prvo da ih pucere.
Onda puci.
Ovog ne mogu, nemam.
Reci mi kad ćeš da izađeš da te ne pregazim rikot. Gledaj šta ide.
Izlazim.
Ne, I'll do it.
Okej. Pogledaj.
Au.
A? Sample, ili da?
Nije sample, kontejner.
I još krediti, idi bre u kurac, pa ja vidim naš.
Jest, greed is strong in this one.
Da.
No, wrong spot.
Promptuju majku im jede. Ništa, ti ga tu negdje lije uparkiraj. Lepo. Ja razvojem. Ćoj, veliki majte. Ne mrdi. Ajde sad mrdi gdje hoćeš.
Više gdje su super sample. Ja moram da mrdnem tank. Ajde, uđi da pucat klebat ili sraće nas ovaj. Ajde. Pukni ga u glavu, lobe. Ajde tako, bravo.
Gdje ova budala ode gore, gle?
Ne znam šta radi.
Hoće da nas
To je gas,
Ne.
to je gas.
To ja.
Rikverc.
Stvari viš da znaš.
Rikverc. Da, to rade redom. Samo rikverc. Sve sam pregazio što izbacio. To dosta simplo.
Pa da.
Pa da, po 20 od svaki.
Pa jebi ga, meni ovdje na Sonyu mi ne vrede ništa, ali na Steamu ide kako.
Šta ću ti ja? Ja ti ne mogu telepromptovati samplova.
To ti je kad igraš, kad nema jebena igra kroz save, jebeni master game.
Get in.
Rekajte sad na kraju,
Ja, dude. Elo.
Ne vredi, on ni...
Elo.
Šta ću da ga kikujem? Ne mogu ja s ovim budalama. Lepo je ovo...
Pusti ga neka završi... Time podcast.
Jebem ti budalu. Nit čita, nit sluša jebom.
Ne znam šta rade. Ja li pričam kineski?
Neverovatno.
Lepo sam rekao. Eso no habla inglesi. Ne pričam engleski. Ja pitam, jesli vi govorite po-ruski? On kaže, ne. Ili no, ja kažem, pa ni ja ne pričam. Je bile zabavan susret sa nekim Rusima, Ukrajincima koji je suđavao u Ark Raiderima. Nešto počeo da napuca engleski, ja počeo na ruskom, on kao, vi podnimajte, ja rekao, da, ja podnimaju. I onda me pitao bio za medical, i onda smo trčkali jedno od minut, 2 zajedno, dok nisam došao do medicala. Ja ga otpratio, ja rekao srećno, znaš, ili good luck, šta god. Tu naišao još neki drugi Rusi, on se s njima raspričao, ja sam otišao na svoju stranu. Zato ne meč kad sam naišao na onog lika što me izgleda primetio i počeo da me ide za mnom. I kažem ti, vjerojatno je mislio da sam glup toliko da ću da, znaš, da zabodem. Kao što, već sada vređam. Većina ljudi s kojima ja igram, oni kad otvore kontejner ne znaju šta žele odmah, nego gledaju pola sata unutra. Ja odmah bacim oko šta ima unutra i zatvorim. Radije razmišljam dok ne gledam unutra, nego razumeš dok gledam.
Evo ga car, evo ga kraj.
Koji je car?
How we doing, folks?
Nice to meet you, man.
You too, buddy. How goes the war?
Luđi kao struja.
We have some of the noobs, but it's fine. We're used to it.
Hell yeah, baby. When you're ready, John.
Luđi kao struja, brate. Vjeruj mi.
My friend has a... Wait a minute. Yeah, it's fine. My friend has some nice words about you. XP collector.
Oh yeah, man. We did some jamming back in the day.
Da.
Were you the guy that he told me about that he's like a DJ or something?
Yeah, we play us a little bit of tunes, man.
Carije, to je taj lik, brate. Pozitivan lik, a i, znaš, super igra, ono.
When you're ready, gentlemen.
ASAP. Let me just grab my handy saber.
Ćemo ovdje, a?
Mhm.
Land right on that thing.
Oh.
Ne mogu da šaltam zvuk, me jebe za Discord, znaš ili, to me nervira.
Okej. Ako te jebe zvuk, dobro.
Ne, da šaltam ja, ne jebe me... Ja moram, znaš.
Yes.
Switch to in-game, switch to Discord. Switch to in-game, switch to Discord.
Toxic commando, huh?
When you're ready, gentlemen. Good luck to you.
Same. To... To je to.
Welcome to Freedom Radio, coming at you with only the most democratic of hits.
Like a cat that's playing with the ball of twine that you call my heart. Oh, but baby, is it so hard to come the two apart? And so slowly you unwind me till I fall apart.
Šta se sad dešava, ne? Ima da pada, pa mnogo dobro.
A, očitava nekog.
That I see your face, and when that happens, I don't wanna be no other place till the end of time. You'll be on my mind.
Na primjer, možda se desi kad je neko alt-tabovan da igra sporiju čitava. Ako je na PC-u. Thanks.
Ma Pip je star, brate, majke.
I've got the yard. Rain or shine, please bring out your love. Make it shine like the stars above. I'm only living for
Da li je iz Texasa, lik? Mislim da je iz Texasa.
when I hear your voice. Oh, I'm waiting. I don't have any choice, and the day is long. So won't you come back to me? Like a cat that's playing with a ball of twine that you call my heart. Baby, is it so hard? Till it's too hard. And so slowly you unwind it till I fall apart.
Dobar, ne znam koliko su kancerogeni ovi kao frakcija.
Našem dečku seat side, dobro. Kod meni.
Dobro, mene su pojurili odatle, zato nisam uspeo. Daj meni ako hoćeš, ja imam mač.
Drži. Sada je kop hakera ovdje, brate.
Thanks.
Dobre.
After all the jets are in the boxes and the clowns all gone to bed, you can hear happiness instead on out. Dressed in red, the wind whispers.
Moš mamu ti jebem u pičku. A ovaj se zaglavio. Nesrećni kučkin sin. The tiny island stays downstream, 'cause the light of day is dead. Nešto mi se pridom ukočio.
Nemoj hiri, vi hiri. Watch out. Ovo sam ga ja pitao za ovu pesmu.
Pa da, ludi. Ali ne pušta samo on pesme, nego... Kao čovjek da vodi program.
Okej. Samo da promenim na...
Uj, evo te. Još jedan. Ubacio sam valjda će da ga ukenja, valjda.
Great wine.
Kad bi ja mogu tu da se popnem, to bi bilo super.
Slajdeš, moraš da daješ kao debil stalno napred, znaš.
Što bi ja ili ja to radio?
A, pa ne znam, zato što je tako lakše.
Ima li šta?
Tempo. Ima ovdje nešto. Vidi, vidi, vidi. Joj! Ma jako da nema ništa tam dalje.
Tamo u daljini, vidiš?
A, dobro. Ne znam. Ne daje ništa, viš samo barikade. Razumeš? Nema bunkera. Samo kao beton, naslagan okolo. Ja tu tako rekreativno bacim, znaš. Šta tu ima još?
Pa ništa idemo.
Nije, mora da ima sample. Viš? Sjeo. Where are the super samples? Motherfucker.
Anytime looking for them, boys. We're just prepping the LZ. We'll be waiting for you.
Ništa.
Ne vidimo ovdje ništa.
Ne, nema ovdje ništa, piče desno. Piče pravac, šta mu ovo dođe? Istok, severisto. I think I see a mushroom. It's kinda far.
Tamo, a?
No. That. Mislim da smo mrtvi obojice. Ne znam šta su čuvali, ali to je... Oh, we got this. Da nas ne pobiju ovi centri. Što s njim pozvao sam i za zaštitu. Ja sam našao jednu.
To je to. Ima 4, evo ga 5. Ilija, ja ću da aktiviram konzolu, izvolite gospodin.
Ajde, brzo.
Pičku, materinu, evo su iznad moje glave.
Ja ti savjetujem da bežiš. Ti si ko s tebe će ragone, beži. Oh my god. Ti me zove.
Uzno.
Move out. Vidi ga, ide ispred nas.
Eno je gore, Ilija, vidim.
Mali slepac, pa vidio se ga ja ranije već. Mali slepac ide ispred nas, ja i ti trčimo pravo, on i trči, znači direkt ispred nas, vata zalet. Unbelievable.
Zašto sad pored pečurke stvorio smrad ovaj ljigavi? Jebem li ga usta, pa će da mi ustere.
Neće.
Pa neće, zato što ću ja da usterem njega. Oprem. Ali nije ovo super centar, nažalost.
Ima još jedan. Ima ovdje bunker, samo mislim su ga oni otvorili. Aha. Ovdje Slavko. Yeah, we found that bunker. Hop, hop, hop. Ovdje negdje sam vidio još jednu pečurku.
Gdje, brate, ja je ne vidim.
Znači ova nije prava, ali?
Na.
Bravo, si vidio ovaj potez.
Vidim.
Sve sam vidio. Skotarijao sam se izvrdi.
Izgore čovjek.
Reinforce.
Pa neću ja da ga izgledam tamo neki...
Ma možda ću ušnut, da nismo toliko daleko od njih, mogu se ga trknuti u grad. Sadly it was a false one.
Desno, jel ide?
I'm coming. What the hell?
Holy shit. That round hit short and the fucking box killed him. My bad, bro.
Jel idemo, a?
Roger that.
Ajde, Ilija bolesniku, ajde. I ja imam 3 ovih hranja da... Idemo!
Hey man, it is what it is.
It is what it is. Didn't we defend this planet like 3 days ago, and now we are defending it again?
Yes, welcome to capitalism mixed with democracy.
So we can't win whatever we do. Either we defend or we attack.
Basically.
Not at the same time, both.
I mean, if you really think about it, right? We invented the Terminus per se, kept them going, so we just gave ourselves a war to fight, you know?
Yeah. Even on the planet that you liberated, quote unquote, you are going on peacekeeping, quote unquote, operations.
Never would have been needed to peacekeep if, you know, we didn't make it not peacekeepable.
So we are basically the Empire from Star Wars.
Yes, basically. With a little bit of Starship Troopers, some Battle of Los Angeles thrown in there,
Yeah.
and then some Terminator Genesis, yeah.
I consider myself being elite trooper, by the way. Peressia ima via.
Fuck yeah, man. It was good jamming with you, gentlemen. You have a good rest of your night. Till next time, baby.
Yeah, take care, man.
You too, buddy.
Ode čovjek. Dobar je lik, veruj mi. Dobar.
Pa var više priča nego svi ostali, ko da su...
Ma on melje, sad je čuto, on melje čoveč.
Pa dobro, to možda kad...
Ali je i dobar igrač ovako, i pozitivan lik, znaš.
Ajde. Samo moment da vidim nešto. Imam 50.000 requisitiona, da li znaš?
Da li znaš, da li znaš,
Ne.
da li znaš,
Ne zajebam se, 50.000 imam. Nemoguće da nisam kupio sve one kamuflaže. Znam da ima bar jedan koji nisam kupio. Su bili preskupi. Hoću to da potrošim, to što igram konstantno s tobom, a određene oružje nema toliko unlockova. I na neka oružje ti non stop stoji zakucano na 50.000 dok ne dođeš do 25. levela. Onda ti traži 13.000 za onaj Venus, to ti je onaj žuti i crni, i za onaj Night koji ti u suštini je obična crna mat farba. Hoćeš ti neku kafu da spremiš dok ja ovo radim?
Ja imam kafu, samo polako
A ti si to već napravio?
Ba da.
Lepo. Ne znam šta ti kažem o prosječnom Helldiver igraču. Imaš ovakve likove koji su ono manje više poloprofesionalci kao i ti. I imaš ljude koji su onako bezumni kao onaj lik. Znači čovjek nas je pokupio auto i vjerojatno je teo da ode po onoga lika da bi nas onaj gađao raketom i izašao iz meča. Zato što
Nesrećni kučkini sinovi.
Zato što eto. U svojoj glavi on ima 2 godine, razumeš? I nikad nije naučio da igra timski sa ljudima, nego onako kao stoka, razumeš, neka nevaspitana. Izvinjavam se, ali to je istina.
Pa jeste, šta?
Tako isto, zato ste rekao, idi igra Ark Raidera. I puce ljude s leđa. Taki te cepe po zadaru, pokušavaš da ubiješ boss. Ne zato što mu treba tvoj gir, nego zato što mu je interesantno da te štepa dok si ono, a ne si bespomoćni, nego si okrenuo leđa, razumeš, drugom igraču, jer kontaš da većina ljudi zapravo shvata da su Arkovi neprijatelji, nisu ti, ne bi trebalo da su drugi igrači. Tako bi trebalo. Sad. A kaki? Da sam sve kupio. Znaš s kojim se oružje najmanje igrao, sa Winchesterkom. Nažalost.
Opa, dušice će da padne stupica, a? Kuku.
Welcome.
Pazi mu nik, majke ti.
Vidim. Anxious avocado. Let's go. Tower defense, a? Da.
Evacuate high value assets.
Znači, opet igram defense tank.
Da, odvratno, znači, jedno dobro,
nije.
to je jedno.
Kažem ti.
Igrali smo dve.
Zguram se u tank i stojim u ćošku i pucam. A vi trčkajte okolo i bacajte orbital.
Ajde,
What about here? A ko je vođa ove ekspedicije? Da nemaš prvetu ovu.
Imam sve, bre, čovječ.
Pa uzmi prvetu. Daj lebati. Ako su ovi stvarno ovako mali level, nešto mi sumnjivo. Da bar nešto imaju od ovoga, od ove egzibicije. Potići ga baš fino sa mine, a?
Da.
No, Mr. Meg. This is a defense type mission. It's fine. I believe you. We are defensive here. Okay, I think no.
Ma vidi, čovjek ti piše.
Mislim da je uzeo onaj radar. Da li je to onaj radar kao extended, a to nam ne treba ovdje, kako god. Sve u redu. Pretpostavljam da mu ovo sekundarni profil.
Pa da.
Možda je kao ti igrao na Steamu, pa je nabavio konzolu, pa je igrao na konzoli ili šta već. Znači, ja se obično pozicioniram ovdje na vrata.
Ovdje da ne zatvaram, onda sam zatvorio.
Pa ova vrata si treba da otvoriš. Ova konkretno.
Onda sam zatvorim ovo.
Mislim, sad ti ne vredi da zatvaraš vrata, tad ih zatvoriš onda kad krenu da nadiru. Da dobiješ na vremenu. Na početku možemo da ih pobijemo. Kasnije je to problem.
Nothing sensitive shared. You enter your UID, pick your amount, pay, and you're done. Link is in the description. Community Discord and everything else is down there too. Until the next one. Peace.
That's what I say. So, I think this is actually a pretty good video. It is. I like the video. And overall, I think that asking the question, why did these different developers, or not, always get it wrong. I always say the wrong thing. I'll link you guys the video, give it a like. I think that's a really good video. And asking the question, why did these reviewers, journalists, and the media people, why did they actually have a better insight into this than you did? Because this is the main thing that I think that a lot of people are starting to realize is that a lot of these different institutions have no actual real authority at all. Like they don't really mean anything. They just mean that there are people that had this ability or they had this privilege at a certain point in the future, in the past I mean, and then they were able to take advantage of it. Yeah, it's credentials, exactly. I don't believe in credentials. Unless you are a neuroscientist and you're doing surgery or you're designing a rocket ship, I don't believe in credentials. I think there are tons of people that have an education in something that don't know a fucking thing about it, and there's a ton of people that know a lot about something and they've never been educated in it. It is very, very common. And what I think has happened is that the increasing fixation around somebody having some sort of authority, the reason why they want to have that is so they can talk down to you. That's the reason why, and dictate what your opinions are to you. IGN Crimson Desert. Let me go back. I'm going to find this, okay? So where is the new... This is... Wait. Oh, they wrote another article. Chaotic combat is the best kind until bosses show up.
Ovdje su vrata razvaljena, tako da ću, da.
See the reset tree, bosses review, walk on 1v1, also clunky duels.
Pazi da ti ne ulete u mine.
What the fuck? It took me about 10 hours before I properly started enjoying most basic fights.
What?
What? Bosses, have you squashed your tool set, forcing you into specific playstyles? What? What are they talking about? I followed the same pattern against the Crow Caller, stay out of range for the red attacks, okay. A specific and unfamiliar character whose skill tree you've ignored? Oh my god. It was one boss! It was one boss! Holy shit, it wasn't even that hard! I one-shot him! What are you talking about? This is insane! I don't even know what to say about this. Jesus Christ, this is embarrassing. And so they had another patch about this. Let me go and search for Crimson Desert, okay? Crimson Desert. Oops, just a second. Let me go and see if I can find it. So, no, that's not it. I was looking for... No, this isn't it either. Crimson Desert. Let me see here, patch. I don't know really whether that's true or not. And this is IGN that's pushing this narrative as well. Yeah, I think it's ridiculous. Which is the boss that you crashed out on? That's an Uber sword. I actually wanted to, I was going to do the next version of that today. I'm probably going to do that in a bit. And I based the games off what to buy off your take honesty, you're my demographic. And the thing is that I think that a lot of these different publications like IGN, The Gamer, Eurogamer, etc., they are just an antiquated media. That's really all there is to it. They're antiquated media. There is no reason for you to want to play or use it this way or, you know, have any kind of like, why would you want to read an article for a video game when you could just watch a video of the video game? Videos are just superior media. And so you have these writers that are trying to like enforce this stuff. And I don't know why. Let me go and find, oh god, yeah, this is, will Crimson Desert patch its way to a Cyberpunk 2077 style victory? But there are some things that can't be fixed. This is it. Mixed reviews? Oh my god.
Za malo da pobegne, znaš.
Gledam. Ode nam je ova kapice.
I don't know why you would even say this. It's because they're retarded? Yeah, I guess so.
Ne bi pucao koliko mogu, znaš.
Yeah, exactly, you're very fair. I try to be very fair. I try to do my, if you already like its approach, yeah, this is just, again, story slog. I mean, Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I think that they're way too negative about this. It's very fucking annoying, man. Guys, those game ranks used to work for IGN. Well, that's the thing, is that, and I've said this before, I'll say it again, every single video game reviewer on YouTube could write articles. Every single article writer on these websites couldn't make YouTube videos. That's the real reality. It's that one of them pays infinitely more and is way more successful, and you can make tons more off of it. So anybody that has the ability to do that is going to take advantage of it massively. And so if they're not doing that, there's probably a reason for it. And look at the comments. What do the comments say? The way this title is written is makes the game seem like failure. Yeah, and if you have reasonable expectations, the game's very fun. It's not the one part of the game I I think that what they want to do is they want to create a pseudo-monopoly where these Eastern game devs have to continually follow their cultural values, right? I think that's what's happening.
What the comments are, this is what they're saying, right? So even the comments of the article are pretty much negative about it, which is true. The game is excellent, ignore the IGN review score. I mean, I have been playing this game pretty much non-stop. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, I've been playing the fuck out of this game. Usually a lot of these games, like, I'll play them for just a little bit. I have been obsessed with this game. Like, I've already put in, as you can see, over 100 hours.
Na podje, mislim da se...
Srušio sam ga s ove mine, nemačke. Bombe.
Nemam municije za mitraljez, nažalost. To znači da ću morati da improvizujem.
Samo pola. Evo, iza mene bacio čovjek. Viš ako pametan da me poposti. Nema već. Idem dole. Ture, bravo.
Možda sam te ja ubio, ako te ubio rakete satare.
Pa neki ili centri ili nešto, ne znam.
Autocannon jako brzo puca. Obično stoji visočiji od igrača da bi mogli da pokriju. Koji je to? Motor?
MS, ja motor, ne mogu ništa.
Gađali su tank, kakva greška. What an assholes. Tank više...
neki resupply, evo.
Imaš ih po podu, ti stvarno ne vidiš ove kutije, ozbiljno.
Pa ne vidim, kad sam ćorča.
Otvoriš mapu i pogledaš. Evo ti gore tu na vrhu ovoga brda imaš kutiju.
Mudu sam jednu.
Evo ti ovdje dve. Watch out.
Ne vidiš ni kučki ni sjenovi, ne mogu da priđu.
Gdje bi mogli da priđi? We'll throw down the orbital barrage. Vidi.
Dobre, ništa.
Thanks.
Nemoj da se nerviraš, kući pičko.
I'm not even mad. It's fine. Imaš štit, moraš uskinuti štit, samo baci bombu.
Pa sad nemam shot se stine u oko.
Ajde baci sample, sviđa?
Znaš ko šta je došao? Evo po ovo što mi je uništio, a evo mogu ga kurem malo.
Misliš, pišao je da uništi centre.
Dobre, pa prži ih laserom sve centre. A nek prži sad.
Na prvo idu da koknu centri pa onda tebe.
Koliko sam ja vidio si šta im je prioritet. To je to, ja mislim.
Wanna shoot this? Yeah. Shoot it with recoilless. I think this is over. Yeah, it's over. Let me see.
To je to?
Yes. Let me see about the samples. Sample.
To je ispade, čoveče.
Ko ja?
Ispade, brate. To je M3 ostao sa mnom, ti i ovaj drugi ste ispali.
Wait.
Rekao sam ovom da ne ulazi.
Imaš samplove tamo gdje sam ja pao. Ima ih na podu. Jel znaš?
Šta ću da vidim? Pa što se joinuješ, čekam.
Pa pokušavam da ti kažem pokupi sample pre nego što da ne gubimo vreme. Desinhronizacija. Tu, imaš na podu svetle plavo. Kao plave kutice svetle.
A gdje su je? Mater. Otvori mapu i ne vidim. Šta si ti nosio?
Pored vrata. Nosio sam recoilless. od onoga
Pa
igrača.
evo ga recoilless, ali nema ga sample, brate, nijedan.
Trebalo bi da imaju 2-3 na gomilu. Zavisi da me izbaci. Kod desnih vrata, kod desnih vrata. Znači imaš prednju kapiju, imaš levo i desno, kod desne kapije na ulazu. Znači imaš više kapije, kod zadnje kapije desno. Drugo levo, to jest desno.
Dva komada.
Ja sam imao 2, da?
Pa dva.
Mislim da je bio i treći, ali nema veze. Sad ću vidjeti.
Što te ne zove, ne razumijem.
Join us, vidiš? Vidiš sad? Si? Hello, gentlemen, hello.
Ali i ovaj nesrećnik izašao.
Ne, ispao je. Ispao je, isto ko ja. Ja kad sam ulazio kod tebe u sesiju, pisalo mi je da si samo ti u sesiji, znaš. Kontam da si on rekonektovao. 3 je 3, pa dobar si. Welcome back, welcome back.
Idem da jedem pa se vrćem.
Čeka, dođe čeka.
Da. Marširaj. Pa Ilija.
Hey, nice tracksuit.
Komisar.
That's really nice. Uh-oh. Get in. Dobre su mu te Adidas pantalone, si vidio? Ideš da jedeš, a? Ajde.
Da, samo da doručkujem na brzinu.
Ajde, mora to na brzinu, ali ajde, idi.
Šta ova dva matorca prde, gledaj sad mi stiže na Discord nešto. Ovaj Tomica i Gardi.
Za?
Pišu li pišu, pa nemam pojma, vidim da mi izlazi obaveštenje.
Pa ne pišu, Tomislav je bacio nešto new patch is insane za Crimson Desert, to je napisao i to ti to. A ja sam našao neki klip na YouTube-u, zove se Vigers. Vigers, ne Niggers, Vigers.
Nisam rekao ja to.
Nisam ni ja, ali to tako kaže čovjek. Kaže, imate probleme u vašem stanu sa Vigersima, pozovite nas.
Lele, najjači si.
Yes, iako svi imamo 0. Sjajno. Oh my god. Nice helmet.
Ajde, torinjte se s mog broda.
Thanks for your service. Freedom needs us. Jeste, od 8.
Ajde, upadam uskoro do kjera. Ajde.
with myself and I found out yesterday. Ooh, through the grapevine, and I'm just about to lose my mind, honey, honey, yeah. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-da-da-dum, bum.
Coming up with content for video.
Da-da-da-da-dum-da.
Games, I think, is something you could genuinely never run out of ideas for, especially considering the roster of just top-tier titles we've had over the years. I mean, it'd be pretty easy making videos about stuff like Half-Life 2, Doom, the GTA series, or Galgun 2. But weirdly, the games I find myself coming back to the most aren't the 8s, 9s, or 10s out of 10. They're the ones a little bit lower on the spectrum, the 6s or the 7s. You know exactly the kind of game I'm referring to. I don't have to name a specific title, but you're already thinking about it in your head. The kind of game that's good enough to keep playing, but just has those few flaws or shortcomings that stop it from being a masterpiece. The kind of thing you finish and then say to yourself,
Yeah.
Come on in.
Appreciated.
Hello. Hello.
Howdy.
Wow.
Hey, hello.
Hello. Anybody here?
Hey, hello.
welcome to my channel.
Da, Slavko, što ima?
I'm sorry, a Jerry
Evo.
sigh of
Prešaltovo se sve već.
Pa ne, nego otkud dan koliko ćeš ti biti odsutan.
Da, obično znam da budem odsutan.
Ništa ja nisam rekao, ali ono...
Opa, ide gas.
Pa dobro, ali to mene ne radi, znaš. Sad ga mogu i razbiti u komade što se mene tiče. Niti mi, na primjer, ova granata treba nešto posebno.
Mora bre malo da igram u jarci, nisam ih igrao dan, baš gazim.
To već nije moj problem, to što se ti zakucaš za nešto. Treba da uključiš diverzifikaciju, da kažemo tako.
Pa morat ću. I onda mi znaš, gazim, i onda mi se sve sluči. I onda ga ne igram po pola godine.
A povuci ručnu, igrao si Hell zadnjih nedelju dana, svaki dan po 5 sati.
Pa mi nekako da.
Mislim, nisam ograničen sa slobodnim mjestom na kompjuteru da moram da brišem stvari. Kao Nenad.
Ja jesam u deku, ali to nije u nekoliko. I onda balanciram.
Majte. Primetio sam dok slajduješ, kad duva vetar, letiš mnogo dalje.
Pa i kad skočiš, brate, isto skočiš mnogo dalje.
Ne, dok ono klizaš, radiš ono, zatrčiš se i pritisneš C da ono klizaš. Ili koji dugme pritisneš na joysticku, nebitno.
Da, okej. Čekaj, kad nam izlazi patch 31. marta? Odlično, ja sam slobodan. Kuku. 30. i 31. i 1. sam slobodan. Jao, večera znači... Pa da, večera sam trojka, izlazim ujutro i 3 dana sam slobodan. Sutra preko 3 dana.
Ne mogu ja ovo da uradim. Mali seranjam, znači stoji piksel daleko od mene, ne mogu da ga povodim. Ne dam igra da ga ne nišanim uopšte.
Vidim nešto i na Sony mi izbaciš, što se čudim. Za ovaj news, šta kaže? Crimson Death patch. Aha. Šta kaže? Opa, this patch adds 5 longer map. Increase load time for fast travel and revival. Some adjustments to console as part of our ongoing efforts to improve the game's keyboard, mouse and controller experience and more.
A što se ti buniš? Što se ti buniš? Ko da je to tebi bitna vest?
Pa dobro. Za sad, samo nek oni rade. Drago mi je kad ljudi rade nek. A ne sad prodali smo brdo i ono bolanje s kurac. Kao što mnogo veće kompanije rade. A igrači nek se jebu, razumeš, modovima. Da bi ispravili njihovo govno.
Igrači su tu uvijek da moduju igru. Jer eto. Umjesto da developer...
Vi brate s Fallout franšizom, evo ti šta su uradili. Ali vi su još žešći, brate, iz Bungie-a Posrali ste po Destiniju da bi kao napravili maraton, razumeš?
Ne, nego da bi maraton...
Destinije sve su prešli s Destinija na maraton. Mislim, sedeš svoju igru, prvu da bi kao drugu, znaš, ne razumem.
A da li ništa nisi dobio? Ljudi koji su igrali Destiny sad igraju maraton.
Da.
Ljudi koji nikad nisu igrali Destiny ne igraju maraton.
Da. Retardirano. Ja gledam i dalje, ja ništa ne razumijem tu igru, ali dobro.
Pitaj Dextera, da ti objasni.
On mi je samo rekao, Bajo, znam ti da voliš da igraš sa mnom, opusti se kao, nema potrebe da se... Rekao i neću da uzimam, volim da uzimam. Nije ona neku kintu, razumeš, ali ne sviđa mi se igrati.
Nije pitanje kintu, pitanje je što to treba i da se igra.
Evo, baš to. Brdo igara sam uzao, nisam tako malo. I onda se posle razmišljam, pa bolje, brate, te pare uložim u hardware. Opa! Bandit.
Ono je Hairpin Bandit već dosta socijalno oružje i zahtjeva samo preciznost s moje strane, ništa posebno. Ako može da pogodiš taj weak spot. Šta ovdje blipka zeleno? Malo pe sam gledao. Neka čudna refleksija zelena, nemam pojma.
Video sam ja, na trenutak.
Gdje si Borise Markić, šta ima? Bolje da ga...
Konkretno sad dolazi, brate, u ovom peču.
Ne znam šta sam pogodio, ali dobro. Nemam pojma. Navodno ćeš imati šredere van Stella Montis. Mislim, pošto su igrači previše opušteni kad ono uđu da lutuju. Glavno im je da ti naprave zasadu. Znaš?
Pa da.
Da će još kare. Ta malo da se znoje dok to radi. Ako će da rade PvP može, a prvo moraš da počistiš to gdje ćeš da praviš zasadu.
Jel ubacuju neke nove arkove ili ne?
Treba neki dvonožni ark da bude, ali nisam siguran da je to ovaj update ili sledeći. Kako su napisali, bipedal ark.
Nova mapa?
Ne znam, googlaj. Neki teaser traileri su bili.
A bilo su.
A ništa, niko ništa ne može da provali.
Platili su signali i to je to.
Niko ništa ne može da provali, nažalost. Tome se radi. Akumulator, karburator. Zato imam pun kurac. Imam 2 ključa, ni jedan džip ne mogu da nađem. Ne vidim ih. Znaš, ne vidim ih gdje su.
Pa trebali bi da su u tom, jel?
Da.
Ovaj sad.
Mali glavonj. Ali ti to Scooby-Doo, ona varijanta, ono. Pare, papi power!
Scooby-Doo, where are you?
Nesreća nikad ne dolazi samo, uvijek ide u dvoje. Tako kažem.
Ne bi me začudilo da ti uskoči u krmenu, znaš?
Dođi vamo, mamu ti jebem glavat. Dođi, roćiš. Važi, važi. O. Hairpin bandit. Baka bandit.
Marinija. A možemo da bacimo i jednu, dve eventualno akcije ako hoćeš, nije problem.
1 do 2. Ne znam koliko planiraš da igraš svaku mapu, ako ćeš samo da uđeš da radiš zadatke, možemo i 5. Zavisi koliko ti dugo traju objektivi. Jesi ti uradio sve zadatke ili ne planiraš da radiš ni jedan? Zato što, jesi li, sad čekaj, ne moraš da radiš bog zna šta, ali imaš zadatke, na primjer, koji ti otključavaju Hulk Wrecker. To znaš?
To znam, ja mislim da sam ga otključio s tobom.
Bedo.
Eto ga, mamo mu jebem nesrećno. Oho, jebi ga, imaš ga.
Nema to veze, imam sve. Bolje imati nego nemati. Wow. Ne znam šta da kažem. Ne znam da li da se smijem ili da plačem. Osjećam se kao beba, počeo sam da volim. Da to je istina. Nije Ana, nije Marija.
Opet skupiš patkice da već niku ja.
Skupljam patkice zato što vrede kint. 15 patkica ti ide u gomilu.
Oh shit.
All raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes left.
All raiders are on screen. You have 5 minutes. I repeat.
Let's head home with the prefab hatch.
Viš da imaju fiksirane pozicije za kampovanje igrača. Bukvalno te čeka na toj poziciji da priđeš da bi te ganjao. Kampujte da priđeš. Glupo mjesto za kutiju, a? Mogu da ti dam ova 2 blueprinta, da ih prodaš ako hoćeš. To jest ne da ih prodaš, nego da ih daš za ekspediciju. Jer imaš, ne znam tačno koji od onih koraka ti traži da daš, čini mi se da li raider, ključeve ili dragocenosti ili blueprinta. Nešto tako ide.
Znam, na čim sam koracima, bukvalno.
Opala. Super, dobio sam ništa. Zato što sam već maksimalno.
Ajde da odigramo jednu do dve, možda.
Mora da sam igrao s tobom zadnji put, čim mi je crossplay uključen. Aj, Puerto Rico. Vidiš kako sera, to siljam viška stvari.
Znači sad ne vidim već. Sad sam u hubu. Sad vidim na kom sam koraku. 5 od 6, pa to je to. Combat items, survival items, provisions i materials. Ja sam skoro to... Dobro, dosta sam uradio. Još od onda. Ništa, onda neću donosim ključ, pošto ti ga nosiš, jel te uvek?
Jeste, ja ga nosim samo što ja trenutno te ne vidim. Zato što njihov sistem, rekao sam ti već kasni. Bukvalno kao da nisi tu. Kako ja znam da si tu ako nisi tu?
Pa pošteno.
You know what I mean.
Da me vidiš sad?
Yes.
Imam...
Yes.
Imam svašta, imam quest, combat, recon, mada dosta je odrađen. 2 koraka mi trebaju. Scope out the cover spot in the buses near Morano Park.
Pitanje je samo, imaš i negdje 2 zadatka da radiš.
Imam koliko hoćeš. Buried City je taj, to je combat recon, pa opet Buried City Life of Pharmacist, pa imam Stelu Montis, to me boli kurac, i imam Buried City, Reach the top floor above the conviction, Piazza Roma. Znači 3 questa imam. Buried City. Combat Raccoon, Life of Hermesis i Paving the Way.
Combat Recon. A dobro, nema veze.
Hey there.
Ni ja nisam Englez. Neću da ispravljam ljudi. Ja i profesor nije to. Profesor je bio zadužen da ispravlja ljudi. U kombinaciji sa Milanom. Yes. Wait a minute.
Still keeping busy, huh?
Yes.
Kaže, yes, yes, you do very well.
How yes, no.
Hello, Raiders.
No je tako. Ja nemam kuć s ovim inventarom, ovo je strašno.
Ako će to sve za ovu ekspediciju da stavljam, šta misliš da ti ne treba? Može.
Doću ti 2 blueprinta, to kod mene.
Pi.
Šta pi?
Kao pi, prije nego si sve.
Pa jes. Pa jes. Mislim da ovo što za Stelo Montis, to ti niko ne bi uradio bez ja. Darko nije teo da se cima oko toga, na primjer.
Ne, nije.
Mislim, kapiram zašto nije, zato što je kancerogeno. Ma nije bilo dosadno, znaš. Mislim, ima šta da radimo u igri. Onda sam sebi dao zadatak da radim nešto što sam već napravio. To što kažem ti, nemam šta da igram. Kaže, kad si besposlan, ti nađe nešto da okolicu odagneš. Onda ti neće biti dosadno. Viška materijala imam, šta radim sad? Samo craftujem, ako mi veruješ. Craftujem komponente i eto. Tako se to radi. Tada. Jesi izabrao vericeti, jesi?
Jest.
Je li ima možda ona ledena mapa ili tako nešto?
Na Beriju?
Jest.
Sad ću da ti kažem. Mislim da ima... Samo malo. Play. Nema ništa. Hurricane je tek za sat i po vremena.
Neće.
Eto.
Doneći ti
A izabrao bi alternativnu, ali ne vredi. Nema.
2 blueprinta mi prvo zauzimaju mjesto, drugo ti možeš da ih uvaljaš za ekspediciju.
Možda neki ni nemam.
Ne znam, možda?
Možda. Znači da ne lutujemo leševe, a?
Ako hoćeš da igraš PvP, onda lutuj. Već sam ti rekao šta inače mislim o tome. Prvo, to što nima mi apsolutno ne treba. To je pod brojem. Mislim, što se tiče luta i toga, ako ima blueprint ili nešto, vratno ga stavi u guzicu.
Verovatno, da.
Njegovi prljavi zavoj i šiličar mi ne treba, nisam sirotinja da kradem od drugih, razumeš? A oružje ću da nađem. Kažem ti, većinu pušaka koje su mi trebale sam napravio. Ili sam izvukao iz security lockera. Stvarno, nema scenariju u kome mi treba išta od drugih igrača. Ima kad idem u Stelo Montis pa pitam da li je neko lutovo XY koje znam da ima 1 do 2 komada. U čitavoj Steli Montis ima recimo toga što ti treba tih retkih komponenti. I onda pitam. A da ubije nekog radi toga, to neću. Radije ću da ih pitam, pa ako neko ima, možda da. Jer većina ljudi će da ponese, recimo, da proda. Ako je, recimo, radio zadatak, neće da se cima oko toga, recimo, ako vidi da je nekom, prvi ću ja da dam. Našao sam magnetron, bio 1 ili 2 puta, išao sam okolo i vikao magnetron here. To ti treba za quest inače. 1 se spone, čini mi se, na čitavom mapi sam gledao. 1, jedini.
Jebote, šta je s ovim matchmakingom koji kurac jebote?
Vidim koliko mi igrača online. Riders Steam. Charts. Možda ovaj me matchmaking na konzoli otišao u kurac. Pa rekao sam te nisam vidio, znaš. Piše...
Evo, joinali se sad, 2,5 minuta.
Brate, ovo si izgleda pali bili serveri. Malo pe sam gledao, piše u 10 sati bilo 61 igrača na Steamu, znaš. Nešto... sa serverima. Da li su restartovani ili ko zna šta je. Da. Gledao sam sad krivo, od 6 ujutro do sad je padao broj igrača. Kao da su ljudi izlogovali ili kao da je bilo problema sa serverima, znaš. Ko će ga zna šta je. Možda opet hakale.
Ili ja.
Da. Aha, izvolite.
Imam i jedan i drugi, ali okej.
Daćeš ih za ekspediciju.
Naravno.
Šta sam ono teo da kažem... Pojma nemam. Šta reče da treba se radim? Treba da se popnemo na neku zgradu, jeli i?
A vidiš, imam, znači, on Berry City, reach the top floor above the convenio in Piazza Roma.
Da.
Roma, ne Rosa, Roma. Pa onda imam ovaj farmaceutski onaj zadatak, to znaš.
Life of a pharmacist, jel?
Cover for near Marano Park. Ima svašta, de znam.
Za kavere dođe da ti pokažem, aj. Pazi.
Uj, jebote, koliko vas je u pičkoj materini, bret. Izgore, a? Ti nesrećniče.
Nema potrebe.
Ma ne treba mi.
To treba da doniraš, koliko ja znam.
Muzički album sam našao.
Imaš tamo jastuk, to se donira. Ne znam šta drugi ljudi rade, ja znam da ja lutujem redovno ove baterije od ovih AI. Ako ih imam viška, pobacam ih ili prodam ih za bud zašto, ali dok sam se ono kaže na zadatku, onda gledam da ih imam. Ovamo gore, ideš gore uz žicu. Nemaš ovdje da skautuješ ovaj krov, ne? Da dođeš ovako tu.
Imam neki krov da skautujem.
Nije to. Onda nije to taj.
Evo ga, scope out, jest?
Znam da jest. Oj, neko nas puca. Neko puca okolo, možda nije u nas. Ne bi stajao gore na krovu. Evo ti mači krevet, to se prodaje. Ovo ti si isto. To bi ti rekao da ćušneš u safe pocket, koliko ih imaš.
I to ću i uraditi.
Mislim, vredi dobre pare, znaš. U mamu vam magareću jebem. Vamo.
Ćo.
Gledao sam da li je ono čovjek gore tamo ili se rade. To sam se ono kanio da li idem, da ne idem. Bilo je par mečeva da ne se razumiješ, bukvalno čovjek stoji na vrhu ove zgrade i cepa snajperom. Pitaj ga zašto ne može da tu ubije. Znači ja ne nosim light shield da me pogodi 2 puta snajperom i pa. Treba mu bar 2 puta u telo, 3 puta u glavu da bi to radilo. Tako ko što oni misli. Unload. Sad sam razbucao 3-4 burlete, verovite me. Ima neki držač. Da ne bi nikom palo na pamet, ništa čudno. Dok ovo radim.
To mi je bio fit, inače, ali dobro, lagano.
Pa šta, ti misliš da moraš ti to da uradiš, šta? Jel to?
Pa da, sa novčićem.
Ne, moraš da lutiš ili da ispališ to.
Da ispalim to, bre.
Jesi siguran? Ne piše ti loot.
Ne.
Ali zašto bi samo... Ne kapiram ovih.
Ili ja.
Ne kapiram ovih. Ne kapiram ovih poput.
Ovo mi je kao neki... trial koji ja nisam te radio.
Drago mi. Nisi ni igrao igru nedelju dana. Ne možeš ni uraditi. Ako ne igraš ne možeš uraditi. Ajme. To vredi ući na ste... Izašao sam naprijed, mogu da ne možeš da me pratiš. Ti stvarno pratiš taj indikator. Apsolutno ne pratim indikator nikad. Chceš da probaš da lutaš to? Šta bre, krcan ti, lutuj to, Ja sam to radio. Ne treba, imam pun sa svega.
Kad ode gore pre, čoveče, ti si ludlik.
Kako pa, šta ste da stojim pored tebe, sam ti bacio dimnu bombu da te pokrivam. Treba da skopneš vamo.
Dobro.
Ko ja znam, to je Piazza Roma. Ako ne želiš da te neko upuca, moraš biti mobilan i ako luteš, moraš lutovati efikasno. Nema pola sata gledanja na kontejner. Nije stvar o tome da te ja požurim, nisam ti rekao da brže pucaš, nego jednostavno kad otvoriš kontejner moraš znati tačno šta možda nađeš unutra. Naprimjer, ovo zna da ima Hello. Please don't shoot me and we are friendly. There you go.
Okay, yeah, we are same. You don't shoot, we don't shoot. Very nice.
Thank you. Municiju. Stani sekundu da vidim nešto. Gledam ove police, ali vidiš možda onaj zip kanap, ne? Ne, već ga je uzeo neko.
Neko ga je već odrapio.
Možda ovaj, nema veze, to mi ne treba. Sad, gde tačno treba da odeš na skroz gornji sprat?
Pretpostavljam da da.
Kako ti se zove zadatak? Možda ću po tome da pogodim što to.
Evo. Da završim. I scoop out near Marano station. Ovo. I plus onaj...
Life of the pharmacist.
Yes. Evo, već to uradilo. Paving the way. Find the researcher that search for the blah.
Evo ti sam uradi,
Interak.
Joe. Ja nemam pojma koja s tim smjena.
Zašto bi morala da imaš pojma? Zašto mora iko da ima pojma koja se ja smena?
Pa znam kako da ti spremim da...
Ne, moraš snaći se ja sam ako se ti ne setiš.
Ja, idem se. Onaj,
Znaš zašto sam ti ovo rekao? Znaš zašto sam ti ovo rekao?
Ne znam.
Zato što ima ljudi, neću da imenujem te ljude, ima ljudi koji tačno znaju koja sam ja smena, ne pričam s njima o tome, znaš? I prate me kad izađem iz kuće.
A dobro, ili ja puštam...
Ne, ozbiljno kažem, ne moraš, nisam neko ko je, otkud znaš, nisam neko ko je. Znači, znaju tačno koja sam smena.
Ma pa zašto ti dižeš tenzije
Ne
sebi,
dižem,
mene
ne
su-
moraš da znaš koja sam smena, u
Ilija,
redu
jesi ti
je.
druga svina da ti spremim ručak?
Jesam,
Pa onda nemoj da me zajebavaš s bekom.
ne
molim.
zajebavam te.
Nemoj s bolesnika da me zajebavaš.
Bilo šta da postaviš ja ću jest. Kad god da ćeš
Pa
sve.
bitno je da znam koja si smjena
U
zbog
redu
toga.
je. Ne
Da mi nije
viči.
tu ostao telefon.
Ne znam, nije, nemam pojma.
Dobro.
Nazovi samo sebe, ćeš da nazoveš sebe s mog
znači
telefona.
ja.
Ne znam.
Imam gore telefon, onaj drugi. Onaj s posla. Sebe opterećuješ sa... Mak se napolje!
Ne opterećujem ja sebe uopšte. What's going on?
Ne znam, brate, preputalo se.
Ajde. Let's get out of here. Marano station ti je that way. How do we get out of this? Čekaj. Da im samo.
Jeste, bolesniku jedan, da.
Uvatiš kanap, ajde, ne budi... Don't be a pussy. Si vidio? Jesmo li urbane ninja ili nismo? Ovo je 18. minut, sad bi trebalo da se spone neko tačno tamo dole. Iz tih magacina.
Dobro, a gdje ja trebam za ovaj quest?
Samo ti prati mene. Mislim, ne znam koliko si igrao ovu mapu uopšte. Imaš jako malo mapa u igri, nije mi jasno, dobro kapiram, imaš, ali uopšte nije kompleksno toliko. Marano Station ti je jedina željeznička stanica iznad zemlje. Ona ti uvijek na istom mjestu, bukvalno se ne menja. Vjerojatno treba da detoniraš onu burac, a ima pored jednog...
To sam uradio.
Pa šta sad treba?
Sad ću ti piše. Da skupujem cover spot in buses. What the fuck? Come on, man!
Popni se na nešto. Stanova bitch. Samo se popni na nešto.
Popeo.
Beži kurvo. Beži.
Ma dobra, će ti kurvica.
Nek se vraći. Mislim da ovo treba da skautiš ovdje.
Aha.
Odi vamo, mislim da ovo tražiš. Jel to?
Čak i da vidim, ništa mi ne daje nikakav. Ne, ovdje mi ne daje ništa. Interakciju nikako.
Dobro, odi. Let's go. Imaš ovdje XP. Imaš i ovoga maloga bolida opet. Samo malo čučeš, a ne smije da... Znaš kako ti radi eksplozija, dok god ti možeš da ga vidiš, uradit će ti štetu. Ako ti treba, ako ti ne treba, vam. Ovo je treća buleta koju sam razvio. Mislim da je vamo. Oh.
Jebem li ti
Nice.
mater. Nice try.
Nice try for a white guy. Ne, znači, uopšte ne moram ni da gledam okolo, znam tačno šta nad leci iznad glave.
Opa, ide gas.
Čujem paukove.
Oni još ovo s rukom nisu sredili, evo. Dobri, dobri.
Odi. Jel' ovo?
Tu već vidim neku interakciju.
Gde dalje?
Čekaj, ništa, ja sam sve one zadati, samo malo. Ništa, brate, samo malo.
Jesi sve skaltovo, šta?
Dalje, ovdje, da, 2 zadatka su u fullu, ovaj treći je Life of Pharmacist, to ti je prvi korak.
Pijaca, arbust, aj znam.
Za onog Lansa pedera trebam da sredim taj quest.
A jesmo li sfeminiziran?
A, jes.
Gay robot.
I kako nije, ajde sad, ti mi kaži.
Pa nije, tako se češlja. Wow, ti treba light tamo, pokupio sam 500 komada.
Ne treba mi, tvoji prljevi light tamo uopšte.
Neće to da otvara mnogo, ima arkova iznad glave.
Nemoj. What the fuck?
Uvijek ima kamera tu, za mnom, ovdje. Samo gas. Evo ti. Ne znam da li ti vredi.
Može, pa dobro, za onaj ekspediciju.
Pa gledam šta ovdje vredi za prodati.
Oteri, našao sam, evo.
Plastic parts, ne.
Aj. Fireball. Ušao sam ja u zgradu.
Pa pretrči preko puta, ajde.
Evo.
Gdje ti je hrabrost? Uvuci pušku i trči, nemoj da mi tako gegaš se s oružje u ruku. Ne znam da li vidiš dobar indikator, bolje ti Markom ispred sebe. Opa.
Opa, ide gas. Može. Tebi još ima gdje da ga stavim. Nešto tostera koga jede.
Zato sam ti rekao, toster ti ne vredi puno, samo žic.
Nema ništa, gospođe. Za malu dupence da mi završi ovaj.
Ajmo mamu, gore. Odi.
Idem. Evo ti je.
Thanks.
Pun sam ovih valuablesa.
To i treba.
Ajde, Ilija, dok se ti namučiš, brate.
Pa dobro, zato što sam počeo ranije da pucao, nisam to da me izašeta. Tačno znam kad će početi da pucao, to sam pobegao u kaver. Kaver.
Aha, oprem. Vamo se. What the fuck?
Ja misliš da ga ja vidim? Misliš da ga ja vidim? Ne gađaš ga dobro.
Znam, zadnji motore trebam, ali ajde da me pogodim kroz ovo šumunje. Zadnji motore, brate.
Ja pogodio sam ga ja. Ja sam ga izgađao, bukvalno. Nisam vidio da si jednom pogodio zadnji motor. Nema veze, ali bukvalno možda se krećeš. Mene izgađao, ali ono.
Evo ga, Life of Pharmacist, znači document the
Dobro.
pharmacist hobbies. Okay.
Na drugu stranu. Eto. Koliko ja znam, ne postoji trenutno način da se uđe bez navrata, tako da uvijek gledaš iza.
Da nađem dokument.
To je na spratu.
Što je to? Si čuo?
Nadam se da ih nema napolju gore na spratu. Tako mi zvuči. Da je, kao da je unutra, u zgradi, zaključano. Klavir.
Jeste dokument. Sljedeći korak kaže... Šta? Ne kaže mi ništa sljedeći korak. Document pharmacist taste, pharmacist family, pharmacist hobby. Znači ovdje je sve verovatno.
Imaš magazin tu.
Ma nema pun sam ja to za te gluposti.
To ti je za prodati.
Dokument.
Za prodati. Za meni onaj lončić, onaj pot. Blueprint. Što imaš ti, Winchesterku, jel?
Da.
Aj mi daj kompenzator snijeli, šta već imaš?
Kompenzator mazlo onaj mali.
Koji je to, level 1, jel?
Nije, level 3.
Onda ništa, nemoj.
Ne, level 1 je možda mazal.
Pa to ti prišam, izvoli. Evo ti nazad puška. Level 2 je bilo. To je level 3. Jesi uzeo blueprint, jesi?
Valjda jesu. Čekaj da imam ovdje još dvije stvari.
100.
Dobro. I... To još.
Ne, gdje ćeš? Da, dole. Bukvalno sam ti taguo sliku.
To.
I, evo ti se odradio.
Jeste sve.
Amo.
Thanks. Oh shit.
Vamo.
Okej.
Fuck me!
Big son of a bitch. Ti zgineš, čovječe.
Tišina. Blokiraš me. Znaš?
Pa ja te da te lečim.
Ma da, ali stao si pored mene, nisam mogao da odim.
Ovdje je i kometa, by the way, napolje.
Odlično.
Au jebo.
All raiders, we have Ark on screen. 5 minutes left.
Teško ćemo s mnogo tarasi doći.
Repeat, 5 minutes.
Šta poiskakaše mali paukovi dole?
I've got a wolf pack.
Ajme, nije mu dobro, Up. Veri mi da sam se okliznuo. Veri mi da sam se okliznuo. Pauk inače je mrtav, ti treba koji pauk da su smrti?
Ma nemam pojma, nisam gledao ništa za sad. Daj mi da izađemo živi i zdravi odavde, brate. 3 questa sam uradio i pun sam. Oh my god, Ilija, oh my god, Ilija. Oh my fucking god.
Ajde, idemo. Naši da izlazi.
Mora bi da vidim.
Ne moraš da gledaš, samo prati mene.
Ne da uđe Avomira, mora da uđe.
Brže bi bilo kad bi pomogao. Samo ga u oku gađa.
Pokušavam od ovog dima da vidim da ne može.
Ja ću.
Ti ćeš pa jok, ja ću.
Ne treba mi, ali ja ću ga lutat.
Znam da ti ne treba, ali ja sam pun. Okay.
Ali moraš da uzmeš ovo. Bukvalno moraš.
Daj, ajde. To možeš čekati.
Brzo. Znači, to je fora, samo moraš brzo da razmišljaš.
Evo.
A, tako, instant. Viš, to je to. I dao si coffee pot, rekao sam ti već ranije bio da ga baciš, ali dobro.
A bacio sam druge stvari.
Ajde, ajde. Ne moram da gledam ni mapu da bi znao da izlaze ovdje.
Thank you, good sir.
Kažeš, đavo mi ne da mira. E, vidiš da smo ga skembali.
Pa vidim.
Pa vidiš da se dimim, kad se tako dimi samo ga pukneš i mrtavi.
3 questa jebot. A, ovaj nije još teo. Kako sad to majko mu jebe? Možda mora nešto da mu deliverujem, sad ću vidim.
Koji?
Sad ću ja ti kažem. Ma ne, ipak su 3. Ipak su 3. Nešto moram da mu deliverujem,
Samo
verovatno
si
da bi mi ga...
pričao s njim.
Jebote, koliko sam završio, toliko sam dobio zadatke, čoveč.
To tako...
I pare.
To tako obično ide. Znam.
Top.
Evo. Ne volim da idem okolo i da lutam, samo to mi je umobolio teško. Lutovali smo sve jedno dok smo radili zadatak.
Pa da.
Kad pitam Kecmana kako je zaradio 6 miliona, on kaže pa išao sam i lutu. Par koji se radi što osim toga. Ne, igram dobro, samo rekao sam mu to, ako će da skupljam stvari, to neđe igram uopšte. Pa to sam mu rekao da ne igram Diablo, ne zato što je loša igra, a i loša igra, sve jedno da, nego što samo skupljanje stvari mi ne radi. Skupljački aspekt. Svaki pištolj koji imam veliki onaj magazin. Level 3. Zato što sam našao 3 komada do sad. A nisam teo da iskuplja, nego tako se potrefio. Ćeš ti u krevet? Tako sam neki
Mogu
vibe.
mi da hoću.
Tako sam neki vibe stekao od tebe.
Hoću da bolje da legnem, poslije ću da ustanem polupan totalno.
Ja mogu da vam seriju.
Ide ovo polako, super.
Pa tako i treba. Bez tenziju.
Ma da bre, mjesec dana imam bukvalno, ma lagano bre. I još imam ove questove da se zajebavamo, ima koliko hoćeš.
Can I help you?
Viš. Topče. Toxic Trail, Tribute to Toledo, Cold Storage, to je ona jebena mrtva Stella Montis. I Bombing Run, Destroy a Bombardier, eto sada smo ono, i Deliver Bombardier, Sell to Shani.
To možemo sljedeći put. Sutra ako budeš imao vremena.
No, sutra sam slobodan, Bogu hvala.
Eto iš.
3 dana sam slobodan, brate.
Eto.
Tamo večeras trojku da isteram i to je to. Ništa, pa ajde ću udaramo ručno ovdje da ga jebem, šta rekao? Šta da kažem?
Šta da kažem, šta da slažem sad?
Znači ja lepo da pogledam tvoj stream dok ispušim cigaro i ode čiča u krevet. Pravo da ti ja kažem. Da legnem i ova deca će mi dođe verovatno popodne oko 5, 6, kad se dogovorimo. Ili ja u Helldiversima, brate, na Sonyu imam, na Sonyu ti pričam, 827 sati. Na Steamu tek moram da vidim, to možeš u duši da vidiš i ti koliko
imam više od svega toga, ali nema veze.
A u Arci na PlayStationu 270 okruglo. Da. Sad su nabuđili ovaj Dying Light, ubacili su neki Definitive Edition, The Beast Restored Land se zove. To bi se možda tebi svidjelo da su ubacili onaj survival mode, baš onako realno. I šta si počistio, počišćeno. Nema respawna. I nešto s frakcijama i ono pičke materi, ne razumeš.
Nije me radio ni prvi da. Ja ti verujem,
dobar je ovaj Beast.
Nisam rekao da je loš, ali rekao sam da me nije radio. Priča mi je bila cringe. Šta mislim pod cringe? Kao ti si da li vladin agent ili si neke privatne korporacije, poslan si u taj grad ne da pomogneš ljudima, nego da uzmeš sample toga virusa ili toga leka, zaboravio sam šta ta dva. I onda, ali ti izdaješ se kao da si neki free runner i kao da ćeš da pomogneš ljudima, međutim ti si tu radi svoje guzice, da sebi pomogneš na njima.
Neću da ti spojim.
Nema šta mi spojiš, igrao sam Kecu. I onda tu imaš nekog nesretnog warlorda koji kontroliše pola grada, on je nešto zao, ali u suštini on kontroliše taj grad na svoj način. I prodaje onaj antivirus ljudima koji u suštini pada free, ali on grabi te paketi i prodaje ih ljudima za pare i tako to.
Nesrećni kučkin sin.
Jeste, baš lepo ste.
Jesi video za igru Saros? To će da bude izgleda ekskluziva, da, za ovaj Sony.
Saros?
Najavljuju je za Saros se zove, da. U kuci da vidiš. Ja ne znam ni šta je to, ja sam juče kao vidio na Sonyu i mali trailer sam kao si pustio. Da. Radi ga, koga radi u pičku lepu, ma sad ću ti kažem. Jao bože. Koga radi? Jedite govna da vidi.
Mi smo šampioni.
Jebi ga ja to dok vidim.
Ti da to vidiš.
Developer Housemarque. Da. Ali ja mislim da je ovo bukvalno ekskluziva će da bude za Sony. Saros se igra zove. Izgleda onako ludo. Šta je? Nemam pojma.
Saros ili Saros?
Baš Saros, ukucaj. Saros.
A to je samo za konzolu, ne?
Vidi, ovdje kaže da je ekskluziva. Baci oči pa mi kaži.
Onda neću da bacam ništa.
Pa baci. Koliko su ekskluzive bile pa izašlo za Sony, za ovaj...
Posle par godina. Kad su se ljudi oladili od igre. I onda se čude, ne ide prodaja, znaš. Naravno da ne ide prodaja kad 10 godine star naslov, da učete na PC jer ljudi su već davno prevazišli to, ili zašto su i bolje igre na PC-u na istu temu. GTA 5 su portovali za PC posle 5-6 godina pošto je izašao za konzole. Da uzmu koji dinar.
Da, retardirano skroz.
Genijalno.
Pa genijalno, jer su prodali brdo primjeraka, razumeš? Sa Juriga. Evo sad se iz Xboxa setili bogati da stave remasterovan Gears of War Cats. Na Sony-u, pazi, ej. Pa ko to igra, jebo? Ta igra.
Sve ovo super ako će da prođe kao Bloodborne, što je prošao nikad na PC-u.
Pa jebi ga, to ne znam, ali vidim da ga reklamiraju kao fucking ekskluziv. Ali izgleda prejebano lepo.
Nije se u grafici.
Ma ne u grafici, pričam ti gameplay, malo vidi.
A vidim, iz trećeg lica. Ništa što brzi jako. Ako su hteli da prodaju igru ko jako brzo se krećeš. Kako Doom da gledam.
Ne, ali neke mehanike, neka sranja, neverovatno. Ja sam mali trailer do duše pogledao na
kao Remnant.
Pa da, bukvalno.
Kao Remnant samo mnogo brži. Što nije generalno dobra ideja. Nisam siguran. Ima share dodge. Dobro, okej. Kao Doom da gledam. Samo iz trećeg lica, samo to ti kažem.
Pa dobro, ajde stavi neki drugi video.
Ne, nema potrebe. Nema potrebe gameplay. Nema potrebe gledam trailere.
Prvih 15 minuta, da.
Pa dovoljno, ako ti igra ne kupi za 15 minuta, neće ni za 5 sati. Doom. Nema potrebe.
Eto, to će sad valja na kraju aprila do duše, mislim 30. da izlazi na PlayStationu. Ekskluziv. Ali boleština neka, vidiš. Konfuzna što kažeš Remnant Trip, nešto baš sick shit.
Objašnjavam ti iz trećeg lica isto ima ovakav dizajn i čudnot.
To, na to pitanje ne mogu da vam odgovorim.
Mogu ti ja igrati sa Remnant. Remnant je malo sporiji gameplay. Sporije se krećeš, sporije pucaš, ovo je mnogo brzo. Ne znam, bi si ti ovdje snašao.
Pa ne znam. Ne znam da li ću uopšte da uzim igru, ali kažem ti to, eto vidim da je baš gruvaju, znaš.
I ja bi se sačekao s pare. Ne znam, kažem, slušaj me sad. Pored Remnanta 2 koji vjerojatno nisi igrao, jel da? Ne vidim zašto bi kupio ovo, a možda greši. Ajde si ga prešao, nisi.
Ne, ja volim, kažem ti, igram co-op.
Kao što rekao. Okej.
Boleština.
Imaš neki ability koji blokira metke ili projektile, onda ih vrati nazad protivnik. Ali mnogo malo mu skidaš HP-a. Ovo skriptorom da pogineš, šta li?
Ne znam, ja nisam ni gledao pravo da ti kažem.
I zašto mu sad skidaš health? To što mu je skinuo kao sa strane neke koji generišu barijeru, šta li?
Pa vjerovatno.
Imaš shy frame-uje sa dodge-om. Kada dariš dugme za dodge, skoči i postane kao na milisekundu.
Ascension Saros, and that will get you through any damage. So
Vidim.
if in doubt, spam that
Free
L1
of any
while
damage.
holding in the trigger, and you know you'll have a decent shot.
Isto kao što smo, ja mislim, ja i Cat smo se složili da u Remnantu 1 veliki je problem municija. Da bi imao municije, u Remnantu 1 moraš da ubijaš one male mobove. Svaki boss ima talas malih neprijatelja, znači nikad se ne biješ samo sa bossom, uvijek se biješ sa bossom plus gomila malih neprijatelja. I nekad je problem što je boss jako zahtevan, imaš gomilu neprijatelja koji spone, koji ti se sleđe stvari, jako su brzi. Znači nije problem boss, već sve ono što se on spone, dok u Remnantu 2 taj problem nemaš. Imaš bossove koji imaju kao svoje minione, ali nisu svi bossovi takvi. Samo jedan deo. U Remnantu 1 svaki boss ima one kao kompanjone. To je problem veliki u Remnantu 1. Zato je dvojka bolja igra, verovatno, po meni. Jedan od razloga. Jedan od... koliko troj fight.
Debra, on mu tek samo shield skin, dobro, sad ide health mnogo brže. Ali
ne, nego...
Prior to this run, which really did turn out to be, you know, the key difference.
But it's...
Saros is still a difficult game, but kind of being kind of loosening that challenge target for Housemart this time. They're telling their most ambitious story to date, and they want more people to see the end of it, and they kind of got that feedback from Returnal that people loved it, more people wanted to love it, but kind of just found it a little too, you know, a little too much friction in the challenge.
Kažu follow up to Returnal, a šta je Returnal?
Znam šta je Returnal, nije me kupilo loša igra.
Pa piše da ti je Saros nastavak na Returnal, da ti objasnim tako.
Pa, super.
Mislim, ti mi reci šta je Returnal. Si ga probao ili vidio?
Isto, yes.
Ja, evo ti imaš ga za PC sad.
A to ti kažem.
PlayStation Publishing.
I koliko ga cijene? Ne vidimo da ovdje jer sam čorav.
Pa, koliko Sony igre koštaju na PC-u?
Pa mnogo, brate, od...
$60. Da, $60 evra, kako god. Toliko. Isto je to. Tako da gledam isti igru od malo. Meni samo gameplay.
On je bre bio sad na nekom sale-u taj Returnal, majka.
Šta su napisali? Game of Year 2022.
Da.
Kakva je konkurencija bila kad je ovo bila igra godine, jel?
Ne, verim. Crazy shit.
Nemam pojma. Ovo je isti gameplay kao što sam malo pregledao, samo ti kažem.
Pa da.
Piše slično igrama koji ste igrali. Helldivers 2, Remnant 2. Otprilike to je moj utisak iz ovoga što sam vidio. Ne znam deco, samo da im Game of Year 2022. Zdele mi kao laž, možda grešim. Game of Year 2022. Elden Ring. Šta? Game Award of the Game of the Year. From Software. Elden Ring.
A kaži onda napiši samo Game of the Year 2022 PS5.
Piše ti, možda samo za konzole, tam da je to pitanje. Many other publication. Game of Year winners. Game of Year Elden Ring. Best Game Direction Elden Ring. Best Narrative Action Adventure God of War Ragnarok. Dobro, mogli bismo reći da jeste. Best Independent Game Stray, ono s mačkama, ok. Best Role Playing Game Elden Ring. Best Performance, najbolji voice act. Pa u Elden Ringu i nema voice aktora, nešto. Nije ni važno. Christopher Judge is the Kratos in God of War. Pa ne govori ni on puno, samo kaže boy. Nominacije. Horizon Forbidden West, Plague Tale Requiem, Xenoblade Chronicles 3, Horizon Forbidden West. Nema ovdje nigdje te igre.
Eto ti.
IGN pungovane.
Znači lažu.
IGN pungovane. Ne znam koja je to lista bila. Ne. Nigdje ovdje te igre nema. Plague Tale, makaki. Scorn imaš, Best Art Direction. Elden Ring, God of War, Horizon Forbidden West, Scorn, Stray.
Horizon je super igra, zaista.
Best Music imaš ga, Bear McCreary, God of War, Ragnarok. Winner. Ne znam da li je baš bio najbolji, ali ajde. Pre bi rekao da možda su bolje su dali nagradu za ovu igru, kako zove, Metal Hellsinger, ono da imaš ona ritmička igra. Najbolji audio design, God of War. To ne znam. Ne znam kad je izašao Helldiveri. Best ongoing game, Final Fantasy 14. Best community support, Final Fantasy 14. Opet kažem, možda bolje No Man's Sky, ali ajde.
Ja mislim da je No Man's Sky definitivno.
Best action game, Bayonetta 3. Pa nije bila neka konkurencija kanda. Best action game, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. A gde su oni upali tu? Ja, kakav je to cringe. Znači taj Game of Watch show, ne znam kako uopšte pobedio Expedition 33. To mi ne ide u glavu.
Da, znaš.
Sad kad malo bolje razmislim, nije mjesto kako su pobedili.
Off to work. Take care.
Odo ja u krevet, batice moji.
Gasim sve i gledam seriju.